economic to financial to psychological to homesickness. We really need the peace to be upon us, external peace and internal peace. My name is Rola Morda, and I'm the manager for the Teaching and Learning Center at the Australian College of Kuwait. On behalf of ACK, I would love to welcome you all. It's our honor, actually, to be here in this prestigious assembly of high caliber of educators and professionals from around the world. From Kuwait, from the region, Saudi, UAE, from Asia, from America, under the patronage of His Excellency, the Secretary General of the Private Universities Council, Engineer Omar Ali Muhammad Al-Kandari. Most of us here are either professors or teachers. I want you to give yourself just a minute to think. When you think about your profession, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Patience, dedication, hard work, right? For me, I believe that we are lucky because what we're doing is not merely a job, but rather it's a mission. And you know, when you achieve a mission, your satisfaction will be much more than just the financial. You achieve this kind of self-esteem, which we learn about human needs in Maslow's pyramid, right? So inside the walls of my classroom, personally, I feel I'm going to change the world. But working for the past 10 years in Kuwait, in 2 different institutions, I was faced, like many of my colleagues, with so many challenges. In regard to students' English proficiency language, numerical skills, expressions, their approach to learning, and I believe one of the most hardest challenges me and my colleagues are facing is the lack of motivation. And that actually triggered my interest on researching on the presiding reason and problem in a rich country like Kuwait, where the country spends around 10% of its GDP on education. According to the Ministry of Finance statistics, we have around 2+ billion dinars, which is almost $7 billion spent on education, which I guess it's huge budget. In addition, that 2% of it is spent only on the higher education sector. Yes, I'm an educator, but at the same time, I'm an economist. And for me, education is the most economic policy that causes a development in any nation. And this is actually not my personal opinion, because if we look at the development indicators for countries, we see that the main components of these indicators are health and education indicators. So, given this huge budget, if we look at the statistics from the Global Competitive Index by the World Economic Forum for Kuwait in 2019, we see that Kuwait, out of around 140 countries, ranks 89th in regard to the quality of the education system, 104th in regard to the quality of primary education, 106th in regard to the quality of math and science education, quality of management school, 111th, local availability of specialized training, 121, and so on and so forth. And if we look at a more updated report, we see a most important striking statistic is the skill set of graduates. Kuwait ranks 112 in the world. So if we look at these statistics, we find that Kuwait, in regard to so many education indicators, fall in the lower 50 percentile in regard to the quality of education. And this actually raises a big question mark. Why is that? Given all the money we are spending, right? So based on this current situation and out of our social responsibility toward our beloved Kuwait, ACK decided to take this initiative and play a wider role outside the classrooms by inviting you fine people for this forum that shall serve as a platform for us educators to share practical post-pandemic teaching strategies. We do believe in the big role that educators play in the development of a nation. Nonetheless, the contributions we are responsible to do for Kuwait's 2035 ambitious economic vision. Inside your classrooms, you make a difference every day. So let's make this difference count today. Without any further ado, I would like to welcome to the floor, the virtual floor, or if you want the screen, our president, Professor Issam Za'balawi, who is an experienced academic leader in many regional and international higher education institutions. He holds a PhD in electrical engineering from Leeds University, and he was the president for the Arab Academy of Banking and Financial Sciences over the years 2009 until 2016. He was a founder for many universities in the region, for example, the International University for Science and Technology in Syria and the German Jordanian University in Jordan. He was appointed as the Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research in Jordan over the years 2003-2005. And since 2017, he has been the president of ACK, and he's been a leader in so many different aspects. Professor Issam, the virtual floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you and good morning, everybody. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. I would like to start with this statement, in fact. It says that it is impossible to redesign students to fit into a system. But we can redesign a system for students. This can be the difference between success and failure. In fact, this is a statement from the education department in the United States. This is for their strategy. And this is, I think, it's a very, very valuable statement. This entails that we have to change. And the change is the only constant in our life. And if we don't change, we will be changed by others. Somebody else will take this role. This means that we have to do, some kind of change and risk management in the whole process related to higher education. And when we looked at the issues that we have to change in order to develop the system, issues related to students, to parents, to different stakeholders, to legislators, to donors, you name it. And also, we feel that in Kuwait in particular, parents are playing a very dominant role in this process of higher education. So when we look at the current status in Kuwait, we're talking about the Kuwait Vision 2035. So if we, according to the international experience, the adoption of technology will lead to too many different things. Transformation move from, for Kuwait higher education. We can see that all the activities, the 7 pillars of the Vision 2035 can be addressed through the use of technology. And for us in particular, there is 3 areas within these pillars: the human resources, the economy, and the global position. We can contribute as a higher education institutions into these areas directly. And again, with the adoption of technology, we can realize the intended learning outcomes. And we can achieve what we are thinking from the programs that we are offering, the research we are developing, and adhering to the needs of the workplace. In fact, in the summit, talk about in New Kuwait, ACK has raised all these issues into consideration, and in particular, we talked about in the session which focused on the human resources, that the use of technology, it becomes very essential, and at the same time, we have to make sure that there is 6 pillars why we learn, and we have to adhere to these 6 pillars, that we learn to be, we learn to do, we learn to know, we learn to live together, we learn to transform oneself and the society for better, and also we learn to employ. Now, ACK is a proactive institution, in fact. Since 2015, we have an activity called the SPHERE. SPHERE, which stands for the Symposium for Private Higher Education Institution Road to Excellence. In 2015, we talked about opportunities and the challenges. Because this is a biannual, and in 2017, we talked about research and development, and in And 2019, we talked about e-learning. Before this corona and before this pandemic and so on, and we arranged this is in cooperation with CAFAS, with the intention to develop a national initiative for the use of technology and for the adoption of e-learning in the higher education sector in the country. In fact, in this sphere, we looked at the experience in the Gulf states, in the region, and worldwide. We invited speakers for, in Saudi Arabia, King Abdulaziz University, they have a deanship for e-learning. And we talked about, the digital content of the Arab world. An expert from Lebanon talked about this. We have our international partner from Australia discussed this. We discussed the blended mode of learning developed by the University of Jordan. And also we talked about the development of the e-learning in Europe through a colleague from Aalborg University in Denmark. And in fact, in 2014, I was part of a panel that we discussed how we are going to introduce the e-learning in Europe. And we developed an initiative for the European universities, for the EU at that time. The question is now, higher education in the mid of the COVID, how we are going to deal with it. And even some scholars, they start to talk about, after the pandemic, how we are going to deal with the higher education institutions. In fact, here in Kuwait, the story is a little bit different. We received, last year we received instructions that higher education institutions going to be closed from March till August. So what we are going to do? So we formed a committee at the ACK in order to find a way out how we are going to deal with this situation. Most of the universities worldwide, they have taken a decision immediately, because some of those universities, they do the decisions themselves, what they are going to do, and they don't need external approvals and so on. However, status here in the Middle East is a little bit different. We have to take the approval of many authorities. When we looked at this situation, many universities, they started the e-learning programs, and even they made the use of this from the educational, from the research point of view, and from the economical point of view, because they have adopted what we call the cross-border education. So they start to recruit students from the different parts of the world. At the same time, some other institutions, they are not allowed to start their e-programs or other types of technology programs. Again, here in Kuwait, we are so much concerned about the health and safety of our community, of our students and our faculty members, in fact. And this is an important issue. We looked at that, how we are going to, if we are going to start something at the ACK, what are issues that we should take into consideration. So we start to develop procedures and policies related to health and safety, and preventing all the AC community to come to the campus and so on. It was a little bit a difficult situation, how we are going to start. However, we have a very good number of faculty members. They have a good experience in the use of technology in teaching and learning and developing the digital content of the programs. In addition, we find something very serious here in Kuwait. There is a negative attitude towards e-learning. Whether we talk about, the legislators, they don't recognize this type of education before. And also they think that e-learning and e-education is not of the same quality as the formal education, face-to-face education. So there is an important role that higher education institutions needs to play in order to prove to the community that the use of technology is the name of the game. We will produce quality programs, quality environment, quality graduates, and we will say will achieve the purpose of our vision and mission and so on, so that we can produce the proper graduate for the work environment. When we look at the concept of e-learning and learning and technology, there is two components here. Talk about the learning component and we talk about the technology component. So we are trying to combine these two issues. And if we look nowadays on the literature, it says there is 10 educational technology trends that will disrupt higher education. Disrupt higher education. And these are the 10 technologies. If you open the internet and you look at the details of these technologies, you can see that, if higher education institutions will not adopt technologies in their delivery process, in all their daily activities, they will be out of business. So this is extremely important. Look at the industry, how they look at the things. Higher education plus technology has an impact. They talk about innovation impacts. So this means that higher education institution, if they are going to have a role in the society, so they have to adopt a technology. So when we looked at it here in the ACK, we integrated the concept of e-learning in our strategy for the period from 21 to 25. At the same time, we have to guarantee the quality of the delivery process and to make sure that the intended learning outcomes and the graduate attributes, to a certain extent, we are going to achieve it. Taking into consideration that we want to make sure that we will have graduates with the proper knowledge skills, personal skills, interpersonal skills, and psychomotor skills. So these what is needed nowadays in the work market. However, when we talk to the people here, what are the e-learning goals? What we are going to achieve? Apart from the educational, requirements, we think that this is in the worldwide people, they are not allowed to move from one place to another place, social distancing and so on. So we have to provide an alternative method to get the proper knowledge to our students. So we feel that e-learning is one of the methods to do that. Again, there is a lot of facilities available in the technology. We cannot take it to the normal classroom, to the face-to-face classroom. So we believe that this digital learning, there is a lot of materials available in the different parts of the world. There is a number of experts distributed in the different parts of the world. So we can make use of all these facilities. And when we look at the student community at the ACK, we have, married students, we have working students, okay? So this means that we can give them the opportunity to get all the details of the teaching and learning process through the use of these facilities. However, when we looked at the literature worldwide, there is a lot of barriers to this. There is a technology barriers, there is legislation, and this is an important one. There is legislation barriers, and also there is sometimes in some parts the networking problems and so on. So we have to make sure that we take all these barriers and to make sure that we try to solve as much as possible of these problems that may face us when we implement the e-learning process, and to make it, easy for the students and also for the educators themselves. These also other set of barriers. There is plenty of barriers, but however, not all these not necessarily in Kuwait. Now, when we look at the students' community, and this is very important, so we can see that we have married women and they have to look for their kids and so on at the same time as they are joining the universities. So we feel that this will give them the chance to be part of the student community. And also we have around 150 students. We classify them as disabled or different students, and also this is an opportunity for them through the e-learning process. Again, the issue of equality. I have the belief that the quality of the programs offered through e-learning, if they are not of the same quality as the programs offered face-to-face, they are of a better quality. Because usually those are based on the e-learning are very well prepared. There is a lot of illustration, a lot of discussions and so on in the preparation process. Now, if we go back to the first slide, talk about the change. So this means that when we are moving to an e-environment, we have to change too many things. The presentation of the syllabus, we talk about the classrooms, we talk about the teaching and learning materials, the library, the labs, the networks, the role of the student, the role of the instructor, learning modalities, and also the assessment methods, and also the evaluation that we are receiving from the accreditors and from the legislators. Now, if we look at, for example, this is an example for we moved from, when we started talking about the e-learning, we moved from the classical paper book into an e-book. Nowadays, if you open the Amazon, they ask you how you would like to receive your book. Is it in Kindle or in some other devices, readers and so on? So things are changing. And what's important about this e-book? This is up to date. The authors and the developers of these books, they look at regularly at this, and if there is amendments, new chapters, new facility, and also nowadays we see in these e-books audio materials, and we see video materials, and we see self-assessment process within these e-books. So the learning materials is changing totally. Rather than a book was 5 years old, nowadays it is up to date. It varies, on regular basis. This is another, this is the change that we see in the classroom. So this is a smart distributed classroom. Students in the different parts of the world, students in the instructors might be the instructor might be in Singapore, the students here sitting in Kuwait, the instructor sitting in Kuwait, the students in San Francisco. So the environment is changing. So there is, a lot of interaction in this process, and this will produce a different graduate. The interpersonal skills and the personal skills will be completely different compared to the previous ones. Look at this, for example, what's happening for the journals. Nobody nowadays is talking about paper journals. Usually between the time you finish your research and you wrote your paper and to get published might be in the classical journals, it takes around 2 years. Nowadays, things are on the high-speed track, whether we talk about the reviewing and the editing process and so on, and even the publishing. And we get it immediately after it is published. We don't need to wait for 3 months to give it through surface mail or so on. So things are changing. And also, for example, there is good centers in the world for thesis collection. Immediately after the students finish his thesis, it will go to a center and I can see it the next day. And if I am working on a certain research problem, I can do the research review in maximum in a week. I get all the literature related to that problem. We used to spend 6 months and 8 months and 9 months to get just on the literature survey. Now look at the libraries. Nowadays, if you go to our library, you see very little, small numbers of books. We are moving from the paper books into the, electronic collections. And we have a very good network. I entered to the library of our international partner in Australia. I enter into the, OECD library. I enter to the UNESCO library, and to the Congress library while I'm sitting here. So I have all these facilities which are not available when we talk about the normal face-to-face education. Talk about networking. Now you are peers distributed all over the world. Students, through this networking, they compare what I'm giving and what another colleague in Stanford is giving. So there is nowadays a benchmarking through this networking. They have their own group of students, they work together and so on. Nowadays, when we look at the cloud computing, here at the ACK, we have made a very courageous decision. Everything now is in the cloud. So we guaranteed through this cloud computing, the speed of the process, the efficiency, and also we guarantee that the quality of the of the data that we are putting there, so that we don't have any problem to access the data and access the materials. All our lectures that we are giving it through this e-learning process, all the lectures, they are on the cloud. So the students, they can get access to this through their mobile, to all these lectures and so on. We cannot afford to do this exercise while in the normal face-to-face education. So things are changing at a very high pace. And also at the same time, we have to accommodate this by changing the role of the instructor in the e-learning. So he is the jack of all trades when we talk about e-learning. He is the knowledge expert, he is a facilitator, okay, he is an assessor, he is a mentor, he is an advisor. So he has to work all these things together. In fact, I can tell you that there is a big burden on the shoulders of the instructor when we talk about e-learning process, more than anybody else. Some people, they might think that the role of the instructor has been minimized. I think it is no. It's to the opposite. The role of the instructor becomes, too much, too big. And when we think about the classrooms, it used to be 20 to 1, 25 to 1. Nowadays, with this e-learning for the instructor, it is 1 to 1, because the education is personalized. It's not like the normal classrooms. Again, also, when we have to think about the student, the role of the student has changed. Those students being born in the era of video games, satellite communications, mobile communications, they are not ready to listen for me to give them a lecture for 2 hours or something like this. Their span of attention is so small. So they are thinking differently, and I have to change. As an instructor, I have to change to meet their expectations, and also they can do benchmarking. They compare me with the others. And also for them, they have many tools. They can use all these tools simultaneously. Might be I don't know how to use it, but they know how to use it. So this means that they can listen to me and they can reply for a message, and at the same time they can listen to to might be communicating with a colleague at the other in another continent. So this is the new nature of the students, and this is the role of the faculty member, how he is going to accommodate these types of students. So at the ACK, when we plan to adopt the e-learning, we develop, a framework. Our framework, Rola, please, if I take more time, just tell me. I will stop. Okay. And,
okay. We still have 7 minutes, Professor.
Okay, good. Yeah, we developed a framework composed of 4 stages, four levels. First of all, as I said here in Kuwait, we have to convince the people with the importance of the concept of initiation of e-learning. And so we have to do a lot of videos. We have a lot of webinars to inform them about the importance of the e-learning and the types of e-learning we are talking about. Fortunately, we managed to convince the people. I can say that we reached 60 to 70% of the people. They become convinced of the importance of the e-learning. And this is reflected in the number of the students who are registered in the e-learning courses when the government allowed that. Because they left the door open, it's optional. It was not compulsory. The decision to go back to the e-learning by the government was not compulsory. So we have to talk to the people, talk to the parents, and also talk to the legislators in order to make the concept of e-learning acceptable. Because, we'll see some students say, if I get a course through e-learning, would this be recognized by the PUC? Would be this recognized by the Ministry of Higher Education or not? So they ask these questions, and even the parents, how I guarantee the quality of this program? So we have to answer all these questions. So when we look at these issues, in fact, the planning phase, so as I said, we have to talk to the different stakeholders. The initiation phase, the conception phase, and the initiation phase, we have to talk to the PUC, we have to talk to the parents, we have to talk to the students, and to everybody related to this sector, all stakeholders, and to convince them with the importance, because if we don't start the e-learning, the cost will be too expensive. It will be very difficult because we don't know when this pandemic will finish. So at the end of the day, we convince them to join this ACK initiative. In the planning phase, we have to make sure that we have to have proper infrastructure, proper network, proper digital materials, and also we want to make sure that our faculty members are ready for that. In fact, at the ACK, we have conducted more than 70 workshops. 70 workshops for the faculty members and for the assistant staffs and also for the administrators. And also we have to make sure that the platforms that we are going to use for this activity should be ready and also should be reliable. And we have done through this planning phase. And again, the third phase was the implementation. We start to talk about the synchronous and asynchronous and recorded all these lectures. Now we look at the students. They were very happy that all the materials, all the whole lectures, available so that they can revise it once and twice and so on. And we start to see that the quality of the communication skills of the students has improved a lot. Because, they start to use all these facilities. In the classrooms, they are too shy to ask questions. Now it has been open. and we start to receive, sometimes verbal questions, sometimes written questions, sometimes inquiries, and so on. And this has never happened before. So in the implementation, we talk about we have different types of courses at the SCK. We have theoretical courses, we have a practical courses, we have a projects, we have a problem-based learning process, we have, courses based on that concept. We have field visits also. Even we start to think about how we are going to conduct the field visits. And then again, in the fourth phase, I think, in the fourth phase, we have to do a proper assessment for what we are doing. And we believe that this is important to make sure that the quality, we are achieving the required quality. In fact, we have to make some communications with our accreditors in the country and outside the country to make sure that what we are doing is approved by the international bodies like Engineers Australia and from the places where we got our accreditation for the business programs and also for our English program. We communicate with those agencies to make sure that what we are doing is approved by all these. And in particular, the aviation. For the aviation programs that we are offering, B1 and B2, we have to get in touch with the European, and we have the aviation authorities in different places to make sure that the programs, the implementation of the programs is approved and accredited by all these initiatives.
Professor Issam, I don't mean to interrupt, but 2 more minutes, please.
Yeah, but let me say this, we have developed also an assessment process. And also at the end of the session, we have made surveys with the students and surveys with the faculty members to make sure that we are achieving the intended learning outcomes. And also it's important here at the SCK, we have a formative assessment, which means that there is an internal process, internal modification to improve the teaching and the learning process. Of course, let me say that this cannot be done without proper policies. In fact, at the SCK, we have adopted 10 policies in order to implement the e-learning process. I can, in the previous slide, I have those policies. First of all, the provision, what we are provide at the SCK. Provision and also inclusion. This is the first policy. The second policy related to the equality and equity. When I'm, as a student, graduated from this program and I go to the PUC or I go outside the country, and if they see that I have taken 2 semesters online, would they accept my degree? Would they accept the program or not? This is another important issue. Also the technology. We have to make sure that we have to use tested technology. Not necessarily might be the latest, but has to be tested and proven technology. Resources. Nowadays, all the resources are on the digital resources, and we want to make sure that our digital collection is improved. And also we are subscribing to international centers so that we can get, we use these materials, and also our cooperation with our international partner. The pedagogy that we are adopted, whether it is related to the problem-based learning or project-based learning, or in fact some of the methods that we use in the classroom varies from one course to another, from one field to another, and we have a detailed assessment process. Again, we find that when we start the implementation, there are certain barriers, and we want to make sure that we have the proper policies in order to overcome all these barriers. But let me just share with you certain issues. In fact, these are the policies. What's important here in Kuwait, in fact, is the role of the ACK, of the PUC. Yeah, the PUC. In fact, the PUC, they are monitoring what we are doing, and they send us, a matrix, a tablet, in order to put. They are asking about. In fact, there is 13 questions in that. So they want to make sure that the preparation process is correct, the implementation and also the assessment process are up to their expectation. So this is in fact our response to the PUC related to this. And again, from our experience, we developed a set of recommendations, whether to the PUC and also to our colleagues and the different. Now, the issue, these are the recommendations, this will be read. What's important here at the ACK, in fact, we extend the concept of the e-learning. So all the activities, almost we're trying to make the university paperless university. Nowadays, the e-internships, we talk to the companies here in Kuwait and they accept the idea, and we have 20 students, in fact, they have taken their internships online. Again, also, these are projects related to internships. Now, this is something we are very proud of. We developed a book, talk about stories related to the ACK, from our alumni, from our faculty members, from our students, from our community. And in fact, we distributed this book and to the different communities in Kuwait. Also, this is a part of our initiative for vaccination. We believe that, so, our role is not just only the teaching and learning, it goes beyond that to our social responsibility. So we talked about the vaccination and we have a detailed program and initiative for that. In addition, this is in fact related to the Industrial Advisory Board. Our Industrial Advisory Board, regularly we are meeting online and we are discussing all these activities related to teaching, to the e-learning. And in fact, we have received very valuable feedback from our members of the advisory board. In addition, this is our career fair. This is the first time ACK we are developing our career fair virtually. And fortunately, more than 1,500 applicants, 1,500 students visited this career fair, talking to the around more than 40 different companies. So life back to normal, but in the e-mode. And finally, we have done our graduation ceremony, virtual graduation ceremony. And this is the activity, and it's, nowadays, if you open the YouTube, the ACK YouTube, you see the details. Our chairman is in Dubai, and he gave his speech to the graduates from Dubai. Our international partner in Australia, he gave the speech to the graduates. Our ambassador here is with us today, and he gave the speech here to our graduates. So now we can say that this is part of the speakers to our graduation ceremony, and I would like to thank you. I've taken more time than I should, but of course, in the report that you're going to receive from Rola at the end of this activity, there is more details about our initiative and about how we are thinking, how e-learning should be developed in the higher education, for the good sake of the higher education institution in the country. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Professor Isam. I think your presentation really reflected the hard work we all at ACK faculty, staff, and even students worked to achieve. COVID-19 was a sudden pandemic that all education stakeholders were not 100% ready to the complete shift towards online teaching and learning. But I think with the challenges, we were up to it. COVID-19 just proved that we should always be lifelong students, right? Otherwise, we cannot survive. Thank you very much, Professor Isam, again. And now we'll move. I want to say the guy. So Dr. Khalid Mahdi, we are all looking up to you because you are the Secretary General of the Supreme Council for Planning and Development in Kuwait. You are the Program Director of the Country Plan Action Program of UNDP. Dr. Mahdi holds a PhD in chemical engineering from Northwestern University, and he's a graduate from University of Toronto. He holds several professional certificates He was an associate professor at Kuwait University, and he had received the Best Teaching Award, which I believe it's a dear award for all professors. He had co-authored more than 65 publications in different fields, and he is now the advisor for Kuwait University Strategic Office and the Minister of Planning and Development Affairs Office. So now we are all ears to hear Dr. Khalid to tell us, where is the problem? Is it in the planning? Is it in the execution? Can we have the green light to do better and improve what we are in? Dr. Khalid, you're with us, right? I can see you, not through the camera.
Yes, my dear, I'm with you here.
Yes, yes. Great to have you with us. I would like to thank you very much for accepting our invitation, and we are looking forward to hear you.
You can turn on the camera.
Thank you very much, Rola. Camera okay, Madri?
Yeah,
I can
listen.
see. Camera is fine. Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. في البداية السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I would like first to thank you for this invitation. ACK is a very dear institution in Kuwait. They were pioneer and starting in the private education in the country, the higher private education. They have very unique program, and I can see their graduates are being everywhere in the country, in the private sector as well as in the public sector. I would like also to thank you for inviting me for the second time. I had the liberty to give a quick presentation on the Kuwait National Development Plan in ACK, and we had the chance to meet great professors who were very excited about aligning with the Kuwait National Development Plan and the New Kuwait Vision. What I really appreciate of professors, the president of ACK, when he was mentioning the alignment with the national plan and with the Kuwait Vision and looking at the pillars, and he mentioned exactly the pillars that it's supposed to be targeted by ACK. This is to me an excellent alignment of the private education institution with the vision. That actually part of our thrive in order to get the academia, the private sector, the CSO, civil society all together to be aligned with what. Now, I would like to give a very quick presentation within this 20 minutes. Honestly, it's a very deep subject. The titles sound very interesting. The role of education in planning and development. There is no one objection or opposition with regarding to the following statement. Without a proper education, we cannot move forward for the future. This is a very clear statement that's been around the whole world. The main driver for improving any country around the world is improving the human capital, i.e. improving education in the first place. Most of the country which they were in the beginning of their development, they just focus on proper education. This is what we are actually missing in the country. And being in the planning, I have to be very frank. I have to give the blunt facts and what are the policy we are pushing for and what are the challenges. And I hope in the 20 minutes I can give you a full summary of what we believe and what we think and what we are doing in order to push the proper policy for the sustainability of the country. So allow me now to share a quick presentation here, if you don't mind. Dr. Rola, I would like to share the screen.
Yes, you are a presenter, Professor. Next to the mic, just double click the square with an arrow.
Yes, I can see that. I don't know if you are looking at my presentation or not yet. Again.
We can see your screen and see ourselves in it. No.
Sure. Okay. Right. So I'm looking for the file now. Yes.
Role of
Are you-
education planning.
Yes,
Are you,
all good.
are you looking at the presentation now?
Yes, all good.
Wonderful. So this is our presentation today for the role of education and planning and development. Let me start with setting the scene. What is national transformation that we are targeting and looking at? We are looking at four major domains that we are targeting, and there is a clear challenge. The challenge is we are living in a rentier state. It is a very rich, wealthy country that actually distribute its wealth through several mechanisms, whether direct or indirect. And one of its wealth distribution mechanism is public employment. Other mechanism is by tendering for the private sector. These are symptoms of a rentier economy that lead at the end to unproductive and unsustainable economy for the future of our kids. Besides that, we created a culture, a rentier culture, that lack of motivation that you mentioned in the beginning of the forum, as well as lack of self-motivation, the lack of competition, the lack of that all cause unproductivity. Now, what we are hoping for, what we are looking at, what we are moving toward is to create what I call in Kuwait a productive state. The wealth creation through human capital development and enabling the government by changing its role. Enabling the government by changing its role, this is the main objective of what we are trying to set in this national this is what we are trying to set in our national transformation. We are looking at four main issues and which are distilled into 7 pillars and 9 main programs. And I'm taking the liberty to give the ACK a privilege of talking about the Kuwait National Development Plan 2020-2025, which is being discussed yesterday in one of the National Assembly Committee. So the first thing is the national transformation from a civic center. Now the workforce is not aligned with the market demand. And mostly people are working in the government. More than 78 and more % of the national labor force is actually, I don't want to say the word working in the government, but I would say sometimes living in the government, because we are using public employment as a wealth distribution. So what is the objective? Is to transform it to a highly trained, skillful, creative, competitive workforce. And this is what I call a creative human capital. And the ACK has been aligned definitely with this objective. Second thing is we are setting the scene for transforming the economy to a knowledge-based economy. Currently, this economy is dependent on one depleted natural resource, and I don't want to say the word only just depleted, as it's a resource, a commodity that will be less in demand in the future. So if it's not depleted, it will not be demanded. And both way, it cannot be demand. And this is a statement actually, I read it the first time in an old report in 1960, repeated in the 70s, repeated in the 80s, repeated in the 90s, and now I'm repeating in the 2021. However, 2021 and beyond, it is becoming more serious change and the transformation. We do believe by 2050 from now, the whole future of the world will change with regard to looking at this oil as a main commodity. So what is the plan is to transform into more sustainable, diversified economy with a knowledge-based and innovation-driven. Any person who understands 101 economics, innovation, human capital are major component in a driving economy to more diversification and strength and sustainability. You cannot do that without having an enabling government. A government that's currently controlling more than 90% of the economic activities operated by the government, this is considered very dangerous. I don't mean that we are looking forward the privatization of everything, because privatization of everything, it is not the right plan, and based on many practices around the world, it is not the way to go. There are things that will be kept under the control of the government, which are part of the national security, but there are other activities that should not be operated by the government, and the government should change its role from an operating to regulating and monitoring and policy making, away from operation. That's what I call an enabling government, and allow to improve the ease of doing business in the country. I will be targeting international positioning. Kuwait used to be historically on the top ranked, whether regionally or even worldwide. Now we are not currently part of that high ranking. We are now in the 50s, almost out of the 141 country around the world based on the World Economic Forum. And we are targeting to be in the top 35 percentile in all global indices, not just one global index, but in the whole set or basket of global indices issued by international organization, issued by the World Economic Forum, by NGOs, international NGOs, by non-profit organization around the world. So in order to go for it, then we need to focus on a performance-based management, and things that you cannot measure, you are definitely cannot manage. This is a bird-eye view on the whole national plan of the country, and it is not meant for reading here. Just to give you an idea of how it's look like, it consists of the 7 pillars. It has a main 8 program, and there is a 9th program as well being embedded lately, and include in each program set of policies, targets, indicators, with governance on how they're supposed to be managed. Besides, they are also aligned by the aligned with the Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations, SDG 17, which are the 17 goals of the national of the United Nations announced in 2015, and Kuwait is also part of the United Nations commitment toward the implementation of the SDG. So if we are looking at the Kuwait National Development Plan, it's a set of main policies. These policies need to be implemented toward the target, as well as a governance that need to be followed properly by the government. And I'm glad the Council of Ministers approved it, as well as the Supreme Council of Planning. And we are moving now toward producing the law, which is to be issued in order to enforce this policy by law in Kuwait through the National Assembly. Now, if we look at the human capital aspect, or where the education lies within this set of policy. Now, let me start with numbers. What is going on? What is the current status of the country? Simply, if I look at the labor productivity in Kuwait, it is declining for decades. In the last 13 years, I mean, this is a very interesting curve that really show what is the GDP per person employed in the country. If we are looking at that GDP per person, we see a very subtle decline in the last decade since 2005. And I would like to mention another thing is structurally, because of the economy is being controlled by the government, and it is not being shared by the private sector as well, which is a very important in terms when it comes to productivity. I would like to mention that even in the last 10 years, we have an increase on average on the oil prices. We have a decrease in the growth of the GDP in the country, which indicate a structural economic issue, which is also related to labor productivity, and that gets me to the next step. If we are looking demographically, the dividend provides opportunity to maximize the full economic growth. We look at a very interesting economic growth potential for large working age population. Now we are looking at a large population which is very youthful between the age of 15 and 60. Now this is considered a very high potential in improving the economy in the country as well as its human capital. Let me go for another education-related low pre-primary enrollment. And when I saw this, it caught me with a surprise. What I'm looking at here in this slide is showing the pre-primary enrollment in the country. It is declining. It shows some maximum in the 2007. Then it shows a clear declining, which is continuing until now. That's a pre-primary enrollment. It will have its impact in the future in a very negative way. Why? Because early childhood experience have a profound impact on that brain development. And if we look at what is going on right now in the country, most of the pre-primary education, it is being handled by the wrong ministry. It is by the Ministry of Social Affairs, and it's not being taken under the umbrella of the basic education in the country. Let me go and even go deeper with the labor force entrant have lower education attainment when I compare Kuwait to other countries as compared to previous years in the country. Currently, if I look at the average of education level of people working in the government, it is actually high school. And if we are looking at the gaps in education, which I will mention in a few seconds, they are actually at the level of a secondary school. This is considered a very low knowledge capital in a public sector that I want this public sector to be enabling sector for the economy. This is a major issue, and this is very highly shown in this slide. Let's go to the even next one. How many years of education the high schooler receive in Kuwait with compared to other countries? Out of this 12-year of education, they receive only 7.6 years of education and of schooling. This is on average. Now, there will be no wonder that the ACK professor or any academic institution professor in the country will face big problem with the people entering, with the student entering the first year or the fresh, because the high school actually level of education, they have a gap of what I call a 4.8 years gap of learning compared to other countries. That gets me to a very interesting index. It's called the Human Capital Index that shows Kuwait at a very low human capital index, even though that the real GDP per capita is very high. That takes me to the more shocking slide. We are spending like Finland, as it's shown here in the curve, and actually our result and outcome is like Uganda. This is for an average spending from grade 1 to grade 9. These are major, what I showed by numbers, an indicator. These are major gaps that take me away from the realization of the vision from a human capital aspect, because my focus today is on the human capital, although it is very much related to the other issues and other pillars. Now, if I look at the policies that have been introduced in the Kuwait National Development Plan 2020 to 2025, we are focusing on 9 main policies when it comes to improving the human capital in the country. And we are targeting the 3 major targets or outcomes as a part of this set of policy. The name of this program in the national plan is called Equipping the People with Skills and Incentives for Future Growth. So we target, our outcome that we are looking at is an efficient labor force, a world-class education system, and inclusive social protection system. That we are not ignoring the special need, people with disabilities, youth, women, as well as the elderly. They are also part of our Kuwait National Development Plan as been outlined in Policy 3.8. Now, let me go through what are the major policies related to education. Take a look at improve attractiveness of the private sector. I will leave it to the end. It is the 3.1, which is actually, these are not numbered per priority. They are all on an equal footing, with some of them maybe are being taken more emphasis based on the current situation in the country. Now, let me look at that education related. What we are looking at is improving general education, including curriculum, teacher skill set, licensing, and the methodologies that need to be used. As Professor Essam mentioned, we need to create the system in order to improve the student, but at the same time, we need to be aware that the student, they have a short span, that we are teaching Gen B, Gen Z, Generation B, Generation Z, and in your case, you are teaching maybe, I don't know, no longer millennial, but even we are moving toward a much higher sophisticated generation, which create a challenge to us. Our kids are not born the way should not be raised the way we were raised. We have to consider as different mindset as being the educator, as being the teacher, in order to understand how you handle the way they think, the way they learn, the way they understand. We need to move from feeding and spoon feeding information to more of learning. We need to give them the tool for critical thinking, the tools for learning, and that was the purpose of reform, what I call a major reform set in the Ministry of Education, and unfortunately it was stopped because of a high resistance. The competency-based reform education system is actually based on improving the syllabus to STEM, to STEAM, to teacher licensing, to a more higher standard, global aligned education system. However, because of the lack of a proper training of teachers, which is a very major issue, and improving the teaching, not status, because they have their cadre, they have the money, they have the incentive, but they were not giving the proper tools and to be upgraded. Countries like Finland and Singapore, although they use different model of education, one is using more of a decentralized, more creative, and the other one more centralized, but at the same time, the outcome is actually excellent. And if we look at why, they both shared one major thing, which is students are being taught by a highly qualified teacher. A high qualified teacher is the main common factor between two different, totally different systems, the Singaporean and the Finnish education system. If you look at these two systems, they shared teacher is the key. And I'm glad that Professor Essam mentioned that we need to change in order to adapt to how the students think, because they are our kids and sons, and we see them at home. They have a different mindset. They talk and discuss things that we could not even dare to discuss with our parent when we were in their ages. So we have to be aware of how this generation, And what we are pushing in this policy is to take in consideration the general reform of the education system in the country by improving the teacher. This is why we are mentioning teacher licensing here in a very clear term in the policy cards. Also, the curriculum need to be improved to STEM and STEAM. Also, the methods need to move toward learning and critical thinking. That would get me into a more important policies is once you have that, you need to improve also the national skill of the current human capital now in the country and give more support to academic also institution in order to be part of the transformation in the country. The rest of the policy, they are, I don't want to say the word non-education related, but they are marginally related to education, related to the smart admission of the expat, of the foreign labor admission. We need to improve the access of knowledge worker in the country. Currently, Kuwait is considered one of the few countries in which the average expat, the average foreign population has an education level much less than the national, which is should be all the way around, the other way around, meaning that you are accessing knowledge worker and foreign labor to be in a much higher education than the national, because this is how you will improve knowledge transfer. That takes me on an issue which is I did not mention in the previous slide, which how do you change, or what is the proposed change of the institutional setup that can make what this policy doable or achievable or implementable?
Professor Khalid, I don't like to interrupt, but I hope we can wrap in 2 minutes. Is that okay?
I will wrap in 1 minute, inshallah.
Thank you
very much, Ron. Now, this is my final slide, by the way. This slide, it shows what is the real governance that required in order to set these policy that I mentioned in the slide before. Basically, we are dividing the roles. Currently, the same Ministry of Education is regulating, operating, as well as monitoring. This cannot be done this way. This is need to be done in a much different governance in order to ensure the implementation of the policies stated before. Thank you very much. And we hope we work together toward a better state, better new Kuwait. Thank you.
Dr. Khalid, honestly, personally, I didn't want you to stop talking because I believe that was a very realistic presentation, honestly. I liked it so much. You pinpointed on so many challenges that we live with. As educators, we do live with. You know, I read that Finland 50 years ago, less than 50% of their population were high school graduates, you know, and look, now they are #1 education system. They are a model that we look at. What I want to say out of this example that change is possible, right? Change is possible. The planning is there. I can see great work done there. So I want you to comment just quickly, 1 minute. Where's the problem? Where can we change? We really want the change because this is what everybody is saying. We don't want just to talk. How can we change? We need a green light. Do you think we need like policy decision makers who are coming from the education field, who have suffered the challenges? I don't know. I want your comment on this.
This is, by the way, Kuwait is a very small population today. Now, we are almost 30% of the population are the national. If I look at the national, let me put it this way, and I want to be frank. Our system, our education system before it used to be more competitive. We were, as a student, when we get in the school, we were competing with each other. When the education system start to segregate and we become only Kuwaiti only in the school, Kuwaiti, they will not compete with each other at the end of the day, most of them. Now, lack of competition causes lack of motivation. Lack of motivation will also cause the teacher to be lack motivated. They will not be motivated. And at the end of the day, you end up with a vicious cycle. Another major issue, there are other issues related to the production of the teachers themselves, the basic education. Most of the teachers, they are coming from where? From the College of Education at Kuwait University and from the public authority from training by it, the College of Basic Education. And they are actually causing part of this vicious cycle as well. And there is no let me put it in a very harsh way, no auditing is being done based on KPIs. That causes a problem, huh? And all of them are in equal footing when it comes to performance. A good teacher is the same as a bad teacher at the end of the day. There is, because they are part of the Civil Commission law. And the Civil Commission, the Civil Service Commission, provide no performance, no accountability in the way it's been structured. There are many. I mean, then we come to the major issue, the family. We are raising our kid in a way they to be dependent. If you are pushing so much on that family level, and if I'm looking at the social capital index of the country, at the cohesion in the country, these cause too much a problem as well. Now, if I'm my student, when I was teaching at Kuwait University, they tell me, Dr. Khalid, you are causing us too much headache. At the end of the day, we are working as an employee in one ministry. So why you are causing us a headache by doing a project, and what this will benefit us? And my answer was, well, my dear, did you see a football player or a soccer player actually from day one going for a game, or he need to be trained? And the training of the soccer player is not the same as the game itself. You cannot, we are preparing. You need to be fit enough to take the challenges and the heat. But I cannot answer him by saying, you know what? Do whatever you want. At the end of the day, you need to take responsibility. And that's the real answer, by the way. You need to take responsibility. I lived in Canada in the States. We were taking responsibility of ourselves. We don't just simply call our fathers and mothers and parents every day. Now, this student now, I swear to God, a senior student in engineering, he comes with his father. Since when? Now, when I am now an undersecretary, I saw many employees coming with their parents, talking to me on how they are evaluated. So that type of parenting should stop.
Yeah,
And
we see it here that we spoon feed them sometimes, even as instructors.
I mean, we are parents. You should stop pampering our kids. And this is my message to all parents. I'm sorry, but this I get overexcited on this.
Not at all. Actually, I'm getting a lot of messages on the computer and on the phone. But a question, okay, not from me, but a question asking, can you elaborate? Is there really resistance to implement good changes? This is a question from the Jumhur, from the audience.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the easiest part of the game is to blame the government. This is easy. Blame the government, blame the government. This is very nice. Okay, good. That's to remind me with a very interesting verse in Quran. It says, don't blame me, blame yourself. At the end of the day, the collective work of people will provide what I call a snowball of change. And the collective should start from here. لا يغير الله ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. Start with yourself as a change. We are the change maker. And that change maker should start within us. We are educated people, and you don't need 50% of the population to change. You need only 1% or 2% to understand that we need to look at the change. So the idea is, no, I did not refrain from the answer. I'm saying it clearly. One of the main issue is, and the resistance come from, number one, from our self to change. Now, second part, politics or the political economy of the country. This is a very important, delicate issue. In order to discuss the political economy of the issue, that's related definitely to what we call the social contract, the entitlement. That lead to a rentier culture. And at the end of the day, people who are pushing for this more of an entitlement, of more of a political economic policies that used to be part of the country, we have to go and move to a different direction. They believe now for sustaining the country and for the sustainable development of the country, for the future of the country, we have to move forward by doing a major change on the process. Resistance will come definitely from the part of the population which they feel comfortable. And moving from comfort to discomfort, it's not easy. The comfort to discomfort, it is not easy. Discomfort means you will be measured with your productivity. You will be measured by your performance. You will be accountable. Currently, 90% of the national citizen and the citizens of the country, they work in a system which is called the public sector with no real accountability.
Yes, yes.
So even if you set that performance, I'm really sorry, I didn't want to take longer time, and I do believe you have a great agenda, and I'm sorry, I mean also being trapped with different meetings as well.
Yes, yes, Dr. Khalid, thank you very much. Actually, we are still hungry to hear more from you. I think me and a lot of my colleagues, we agree that your presentation was realistic. You shed light on the challenges, and I do believe that one hand by itself doesn't clap, and we don't have a magic wand. And to be realistic, change takes time, not in Kuwait, everywhere. And maybe we need decision makers to maybe push the wheel faster, allow us to work faster. We need this, but I totally like one more thing about you, which is being positive. Like, yes, we can change, you know.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think you can read the comments. We have very good feedback on your presentation.
I have a final comment, Rola.
Yes.
Leadership is a process that consists of three parts: leader, followers, and vision. There is a vision outline. There is leadership. The only things we need is how to convince the follower to lead, to follow the leader toward the vision. This is what I call the trust syndrome. Due to historical background, people start to lose the trust. And this is not Kuwait, by the way. This is the Arab, and I saw it also at the global level. And you mentioned Finland. When they decided to make a reform of their education system, how long it takes them, Professor Rola? 1 day, 2 days, 1 generation, 2 generations.
Yes, totally agree.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid. Such a valuable addition to our forum and hopefully to Kuwait. And I wish you the best of luck in all your endeavors, hoping that we will have fruits of all your hard work. Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid.
Thank you very much. Please apologize me for leaving. Thank you very much. Bye.
You're most welcome. Now you know everything. We have a lot of professors, we have a lot of policies, we have a lot of so many things, but there's always some people who are special and they add life to wherever they go. And when I was planning for the forum, I said, to give it life, we need Professor Tariq Duwaisan with us. Without him, it can't be the same. So Professor Tariq, thank you very much for accepting our invitation for the second time. I still remember how you explained for us the standard deviation last time. So Professor Tariq holds a PhD in industrial engineering from Arizona State University. He worked as a professor at Kuwait University from 1999 until 2017, and I guess he lived all the challenges that we do. Currently, he's the general manager and the founder of Global Lead Consultants, GLC, since 2005. Professor Tariq, I know many of our audience are looking up to hear from you. Floor is yours, dear.
Thank you, Rola. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Professor Essam. I'm really honored and happy to be in this very exciting forum. I listened to the talk of Professor Essam. I listened also to my friend Dr. Khalid, and I was hoping that he would be with us because he's going to hear a different story. But he will hear it probably from some other people. So let's see what I'm going to talk about today. Can you see the presentation? Hello?
Yes, all
Rola?
good. Yes, dear,
okay.
You can.
So good morning. I'm going to be talking about the quality of higher education in Kuwait. I'm going to be objective, I'm going to be straight, and I'm going to try to be as down to earth as possible. I think the story is too simple to complicate it. So I'm going to try to make it simple. Also, I'm going to try to make sure that I present the root cause of the problem rather than the symptoms of the problems. Because what we have always been hearing too much is the symptoms, but we fail to identify the roots of the problem. So I will try to do that in my presentation. First part, I will be talking about some statistics and numbers indicators. Thank you, Rola. You've already mentioned some of that, so I'm going to go fast on this. Then I'm going to talk about quality planning in education and give some recommendation. And then I'm going to talk about quality improvement in higher education and give some recommendations. And we'll conclude with that. So I have 3 parts to my presentation. First part is about numbers. Second part is about quality improvement in higher education. And third part is about second part is quality planning. And third part is quality improvement. I'm not gonna be talking about quality control. I don't think it's fitting here. And you know that to quality, there are 3 parts: quality planning, quality control, and quality improvement. So I'm going to be talking only about 2 of them, which is quality planning and quality improvement. Now, this table is the Global Competitiveness Report from the World Economic Forum, and it ranks the GCC countries out of 141 countries. As you can see from the table, Kuwait is doing well in terms of pupil to teacher ratio in primary education. It's ranked number 2 in the world, and it's number 1 in GCC. But when you go down, critical thinking in teaching, quality of vocational training, digital skills among workforce, skill set of graduates, we are behind, and we are behind big time. So it's not just behind, we are behind in big time. And when you mentioned, Rola, about standard deviation, I hope that people remember what I talked about to understand what does it mean to be behind big time. If you go to one of the indicators, which I like, it's called Global Talent Competitiveness Index, GTCI 2020, you will find out that Kuwait has a very low percentage of 42.65% in its score. This index is designed where it has 2 main dimensions, the input and output, and under each dimension, there are indicator categories and then indicators. So under input, there is the enable, attract, grow, retain, and under the output, there is the vocational and technical skills, and there is the global knowledge skills. Now, when you look at the numbers, latest numbers, you will find that our output, when it comes to this indicator, is lower than our input, meaning that we are not being effective in the way we are addressing talent competitiveness. Also, you will see that our scores are generally low. They are in the 50s, 40s, and even in the 20s when it comes to the output, high-level skills, and talent impact. When you go to employability, and that is, I think, the bottom line. So as a university, you can talk a lot, and I like what I think Professor Isam said. At the end of the day, your outcome, your output is going to go out there in the market, and you want to hear the voice of the market. And that is what quality is all about, the voice of the customer. And the customer to universities is not students, as some people might think. It is the people who are going to receive your output. And the main category of people who's going to receive your output are the employers. So let's hear what the employers think about it. When it comes to ease of finding skilled employees, we are ranked 79. Relevance of education system to the economy, which Dr. Khalid talked about, we are ranked at 60. Skills matching with secondary education 101 and with tertiary education 101. So the numbers are not pretty. The numbers are not good. Okay, so let's face reality. We don't have good education in Kuwait, whether it is primary, whether it is secondary, and whether it is tertiary. Now let's talk about quality and education. The first thing when you talk about planning, as anyone knows in quality, the first thing you think about is the need of the customer. In this case, what is the labor market is talking about. So our planning has to be labor market driven. And when it comes to improvement, it has to focus on the key process. And the key process is the student learning process with all the factors and elements surrounding it. But at the end of the day, I want that learning, that delivery process to be effective, to be efficient, to be productive, to be quality, and to be impactful. Okay, so that is the key process. Now, when we look at the planning part first, we have some challenges in Kuwait. Let's look at these challenges. The first challenge, and Dr. Khalid talked about, is our Kuwait market is not growing. Our economy is not growing. GDP, as a matter of fact, has been decreasing. Our GDP is 135 billion, and it's been around that for years. And it even declined from the way it was 10 years ago. So when you talk about a market that is not growing, that's staying the same, and you talk about a system that's producing output at a high rate, what's going to happen? You see, when the market grows, jobs grow. So if your market stays the same and people gets graduated, that's not good. There is a bottleneck there. Your market is your bottleneck. Your market is not growing. The other problem, your market does not have a vision. And I know, I mean, some people are going to say, oh, Kuwait has a vision to be blah, blah, blah. That's not really down-to-earth vision. I want a vision of telling me where Kuwait is going to go, and I want that vision to be realistic, and I want to see it on the ground. So if you want to say that I want to focus on downstream, I want to focus on, what do you call it, the, oil down the streams, industrial related to industry related to oil and gas. I want to start to see oil and gas happening, factories, being happening. And if you want to say I'm going to get into tourism, I want to say some features related to tourism. Are we talking about what are the policies? How open are we to the outside? What kind of institutions are we opening to encourage tourism? Are we really being attractive to the people outside? Are we being attractive to the people inside? And if you don't talk tourism, let's talk about Kuwaitis. Where are they spending their money? If we want to talk oil and gas, what's happening to the صناعات اللاحقة اللي هي الصناعات النفطية اللاحقة?
Petrochemicals.
Okay. So what's that?
Chemicals. Petrochemicals.
Chemicals, petroleum industries, really very, very, very limited. So, and if you say banking, our banking is not open to the international banking sectors. So we have a very, very static, we have an economy that is not changing. We have a vision that is not clear. So this is the main challenge for universities when it comes to their quality planning. The second challenge is that the expressed labor needs is not the same as the actual labor needs. And if you look at the JD's job description in the Civil Service Commission, you will find out that the way they've described the job requirements, the job titles, and the job descriptions, they are more related to discipline definitions. They are not related to employer definitions. And that's a big gap. There is a gap between being an industrial engineer or a mechanical engineer, graduating with a mechanical engineering degree, and being a professional engineer working out there. You have different roles, competency required, skills, knowledge, values, and so on and so forth. So the same people who are defining what the market needs are the same people who are in the academia. And they are defining it from the academic perspective, not from the market perspective. And you have another problem, which I think Dr. Khalid alluded to, is that our graduates are overqualified to the job being offered by the government. Yet the government are employing graduates, and the jobs they are offering, in many cases, they don't require people with bachelor degree. People with secondary degree can do it. And also, some people like to brag and talk about the economy of knowledge and stuff, and digital, artificial intelligence, data mining. Tell me, where is that? That's only, you will find it in the banking sector and some of it in the oil and gas sector. That's it. So are we going to go into that, or are we just going to be reading about it out there and then planning for that? So is that what we should be planning for? Should we plan for our graduates to go and work in the oil sector? And we know well that the oil sector is overstaffed already. I mean, I talked to one of the CEOs, he said to me, he said, Tariq, I'm really worried. I said, what? And that's not today, that's like 5 years ago. And he said, we don't have a place. We have so many graduates coming out and we are hiring, and all of it is economically harmful. And all of you know that if you staff place beyond its requirement, you are not improving its productivity. You are reducing its productivity. Not only that, you are also harming its quality as well. So overstaffing is as worse and even more, in my opinion, bad or worse than understaffing. And also sometimes we even see people, thinking and talking about demands out there that are related to jobs that are already obsolete or going to be obsolete, and that is another challenge. So as you can see, the expressed labor needs are not the same as the actual labor needs. Now, what should we plan for? Should we plan for a government sector of 465,000 workers, of which 74% are Kuwaitis and the rest are non-Kuwaitis? Or should we do the right thing, which is that government sector is already overstaffed 4 times? If we're going to make, as our vision says, we want to make our government effective. How are you going to make your government effective? With staffing 4 times its capacity. How are you going to do that? You should have something like this. Do you have the guts to do it? Don't tell me families. Don't tell me students. I want the decision maker, the leader, who's going to make that decision and who has the will and the courage to tell the people That's where we should go to. Write it on papers and then say that we're going to do it. And you know, it's impossible to be done. Should we plan for a situation where we have 3.7% of Kuwaitis, 3.7% of the private sector workforce are Kuwaitis? Should we do that? Or should we believe what the country's plan and the vision, which tells us, no, we're going to go toward the private. We're going to go privatization. No, we've been saying this for ages. And the number hasn't been nudged. And I haven't seen yet anything that proves that it will be nudged. If we talk about Finland, it's true, it takes time, but they've already started and they are on the way. We haven't yet started. So we cannot compare ourselves and expect that after 10 years or 15 years, we're going to be another Finland. Big, big disappointment you're going to face. Because we haven't started yet. We haven't made the decision to change. When you make the decision to change and you make the correct decisions, then we can talk about Finland. But we cannot talk about Finland since we haven't yet made up our mind. And if you say that we're going to be ranked number 35 in Global Competitiveness Index, GCI, which is the mother of all indices, by the year 2035, I'm going to ask you, sir, what was the rank of Kuwait in GCI, Global Competitiveness Index, in 2010? Do you know what that rank is? That's when we started the planning. Do you want to joke? It was 35. So what we are shooting for in 2035 is what we were in 2010. So should we plan for a private sector that is what we have right now and what it does not seem that is going to be changing? Or should we plan for a private sector that we wish for? Should we plan for an economy that is 135 billion size? Or should we plan for an economy that is $1.6 trillion? And I would say, seeing what's happening in Kuwait and seeing where things are going, I encourage universities to plan for the likely. This is the likely. Recommendation when it comes to quality planning, labor market, you should plan for GCC, in my opinion. Vice President for External Relations, the University of Maryland, and that's in the US, they realize how important when it comes to quality to really and closely read the market, not from textbooks and from reports and stuff. No. You need someone who goes down on the ground. Kuwait is a small country. And I know from Kuwait University, some of the people don't know nothing about the market. I mean, they read about, Kuwait is oil, but that nothing specific. Nothing about the manufacturing sector, what it is. Why is it difficult? So you need to have and I'm asking all universities, if you want to be really serious about quality, you need to properly plan for it by appointing a vice president for external relations. Now, when we come to the next part, which has to do with quality improvement, there are challenges. The first challenge is that the education regulators in Kuwait, they impede improvement. And I think Dr. Issam, he was very diplomatic, but I don't need to be diplomatic. I'm not in the education sector anymore. So I can tell you, they are impeding improvement. They don't allow you to do any e-learning. They don't allow you to do these things. They don't allow you to collaborate with a faculty out there I remember 10 years ago, I wanted to collaborate with a guy from the University of Chicago, Champaign, to deliver a course, and we got into so many silly detail about who's gonna record the grade and who's gonna do that and who's gonna do this. They are getting into the detail of the detail, and they're failing to see the big picture. They're failing to see where the country is going. They're failing to see that you need leadership, a leadership that is courageous to set the point, to set the vision, and move people forward. People don't move by themselves. Societies don't develop by themselves. Kuwaitis don't have a gene inside them that say they are lazy. They don't have a gene inside them to say that they are careless. Kuwaitis were conditioned that way. And whenever you have a bad performance by an institution, you don't fire the people in the institution. You replace who? You replace the leader of the institution. Because that guy is paid the most, and that guy set the tone, and that guy defined the culture. The other way around. You see, as a parent, you can control my home. I can provide my sons and daughters with best education. But you cannot expect that every parent is going to do the same. Quality input, and I think everybody talked about that. This needs not to be talked about. I mean, I've taught at Kuwait University in the early 1990s in engineering, and when I left, it was 2017. And أين الثرى من الثريا? That's all what I need to know. I need to say high school performance of high schoolers, graduates is not as good. I want to talk a little bit about Kuwait University and then a little bit about private universities, so I have a balanced challenges. Kuwait University, the problem with it is that the reward system is skewed. And people who know statistics and probability, they know what skewed means. Skewed meaning here that the reward system encourages people, faculty member who are in administration, who are in administrative position, and it does not give equal reward or comparable reward to people who work in research. Now come and talk to me. Tell me, which is more important to a university development and ranking? And that's why now you see people are fighting over positions and they are migrating from research. Reward system is skewed. Something has to be done about it. And we have another problem. I call it till death do us part 10-year system. You see, if you are Kuwaiti and join Kuwait University, I am an outlier because no one leave that haven unless he decides himself to leave it, or he probably killed someone on campus or something. He committed a criminal act. Nobody gets dismissed for his weak performance. What kind of a 10-year system is this? And you are talking about improvement. How can any leader of any institution improve if he cannot reward who he should reward, and he cannot punish who he should be punishing? What kind of a system is this? And then let me talk a little bit about the private university. PUC does not check for excellence. I can tell you that. I don't need to get into detail. I'm a person who's into organizational excellence and quality, and the criteria that's been checked for are not for excellence. And also the other thing with the private universities in Kuwait, I think they are more like private government universities. Why? Because much of their demand comes from the government. And in a way, there is not much competition for people from the outside, other than doing some marketing, a little bit of it. But in general, the revenue is guaranteed. And when revenue is guaranteed, you don't have a true private atmosphere. Let me talk to you about when we want to improve, do we go for profit or non-for-profit? Many people say, oh, look at outside, look at Harvard, look at Cambridge, look at, they are all private. No, 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 no. They are private for profit. They are not private for profit. You see, the situation we have in Kuwait, you have the revenue comes in, expenses are subtracted, the profit goes to who? To the owners, to the shareholders. But when you have a non-for-profit like Harvard or like the AUB in Lebanon, the profit goes to where? To the institution itself, to make it more powerful, to give more money to the people who excel. So my point here is that why Kuwait is not trying a third system. We tried public, we tried for-profit. Why not try non-for-profit? Now, accreditation or ranking. I know now one of the universities is really hyped about accreditation. I know accreditation very well. I know certification very well. I'm an ISO guy, a quality guy. I've been doing accreditation for hospitals. I've been accreditation for universities. I can tell you, accreditation is not like ranking. Accreditation meaning that you've achieved what is required for you to be a decent institution. What you need to think about is where are you in terms of other universities? Where are you ranked? And if you look at the Times Higher Education World University Ranking, look at this. None of our private universities are on the chart. Only Kuwait University is on the chart, and it's in its worst position ever, and that is in 2021. We are ranked 34 out of 72 Arab universities, and we are in a category from 1001 plus, meaning that the category that we no longer start to rank because it's too much, so we'll put them all in the last category. So what kind of improvement are we talking about? Isn't it time for us to be serious about improving? Or are we gonna continue talk about ranking? I mean, accreditation. I'm not against accreditation. Accreditation is good, but you need to move into ranking. Now, loose or real alliance. I know many of the private universities have alliances, and to me, these alliances need to be strengthened. They need to be real. So what I'm asking for is to have what I call students reciprocated learning. Now that we have the learning and stuff, and because of the COVID, this might be easier. So what I would like to have is I would like to have our students in the private universities, for example, in one of the university who has an alliance with Purdue, I want some of our students to take classes in Purdue. And I want students from Purdue to take classes in our local university. That's how you improve. You want to have people from top universities to be in your classes. So they will show you where you are. So they will motivate your own students. I would like to have faculties reciprocated teaching. I want the faculty from the local university to be teaching courses in the international university and vice versa. I would like to see a faculty research collaboration. And I would like to see a university's ranking collaboration between the local and international. Most of the international universities are highly ranked, so why not benefit from their experience and from their capability? So my final recommendation, in addition to the recommendations that I've made, time for experimenting with non-for-profit, aim for ranking, and insist on real alliances. I think with this, I end my presentation. I hope I didn't take much time, and thank you for your listening.
Professor Tarek, I'm actually speechless. I think you raised the bar so high. You were very honest. I got a lot of messages telling me, yes, he's saying the truth, he's saying the reality. You represent us. I don't know. I'm really speechless. I don't know what to comment and what to say, but what I wanted to tell you, I want to ask you, can you tell me the key? Do you think the key is in the leadership? Like many people would say, like in Lebanon is very, very similar to Kuwait. We always say we need Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, we need MBS, we need someone to make a radical change. I don't know, is it the leader? Because look, I see a lot of qualified people who can make a change, who have it. You know, we have the policies, we have the planning, we have the minds. What's stopping us?
Rola, the problem is leadership big time. You see, I want you to go to any international organizational excellence standard. Go to EFQM. Go to the US system for organizational excellence. You will see at the heart of it, the main driver for improvement is leadership. You see, leaders set the tone. When an organization fails, we don't fire the employees, we fire the leader and bring in another leader. When a soccer team does not do well, we replace the captain. We don't replace the captain. He's the comes and change the people. You see, the problem is that here we don't have leadership. And I'm not for, you see, leadership are different. You see, I'm not a believer in a leadership by accident. I'm a believer in leadership that is sustainable. What we have around us when we have success stories, a lot of it is not sustainable because the leadership by accident, and I cannot go too much into details. I hope you know what I mean.
Yes. I'm not sure if we still have people from PUC, but we really hope that they're hearing us and that there's an honest intention from educators that we really need to see the best for Kuwait, and this cannot happen. And this is Dr. also Khalid said it. If there's no proper education, we can't go forward anywhere. So we really hope that everyone is hearing us, and best of luck, Professor Tariq. We hope we can have collaboration in attaining the better for the best sake of the education sector in Kuwait.
Wish you all the best, and thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the added value, definitely.
I'm gonna come back later, but now I have a Zoom call. Sorry, Dr. Osama, you want to say something?
No, just congratulations. لا فضل أخوك, as they said.
يعطيك العافية. شكرا دكتور. شكرا.
Thank you, Professor Tariq. Thank you very much. Okay.
بالتوفيق دكتور.
Thank you. Mr. Lu Yu Cheong. First of all, please excuse me if I pronounced your name not 100% right. Second, I would like to thank you very much for being with us, for accepting our invitation, and for being patient, because I know I'm sure that in Singapore you respect the time 100%. We Arabs, we are so emotional. We like to explore our feelings so much, and we are really living a challenge in the education sector. So please excuse us for leaving you a little bit later than your assigned timing. Mr. Lu is a holder of a master's degree of science with distinction in communication and signal processing from the Imperial College of Science Technology, UK. He had joined Singapore Polytechnic in 1996 as lecturer in the School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering. He is currently the Senior Director of the School of Computing and Chemical and Life Sciences. Before, he had the position of Senior Director of the Engineering Cluster in 2017, where he had oversight the Polytechnic School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, guys, be with us, School of Mechanical and Aeronautical Engineering, Mechanical Engineering, be with us, and the Singapore Maritime Academy. At ACK, we also have a Maritime Academy college. He had taught so many different courses, and he's been awarded so many distinctive awards like the R&D Commendation Award in 2014 and 2009, Excellence in R&D Award in 2013 by Singapore Polytechnic, and the National Day Award Public Administration Silver Medal in 2018. 18. Professor Lu had worked, he has great job in the CDIO, which is a new teaching strategy specifically in the engineering sector, where it stands for conceive, design, implement, and operate. However, this approach in teaching has been spreading in even other schools and faculties, and we here at ACK specifically, we would love, after implementing it successfully in the School of Engineering, to implement it in the School of Business as well. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry again for being late, and please, the floor is yours, Mr. Lu.
Thanks, Ms. Lola. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Very well.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks. No worries. I'm okay. I'm actually quite delighted to be listening to some of the challenges that was being discussed, and truly I appreciate some of these challenges as well. Thanks for inviting me to this forum. I believe I'm speaking to many academics here who are very passionate about their education and passionate about the curriculum design to help the students to be able to improve and to be able to do well in their pursuit of the education. So today I was requested to speak on this topic, implementation of CDIO outside engineering programs. So I believe that many of you have already been very familiar with CDIO within the engineering domains. So I would be sort of sharing a little bit about what we do in our engineering program in Singapore Polytechnic, and then proceed on to share some of the non-engineering program, how they implemented CDIO in their curriculum. Right, please allow me to share a screen. Are you able to see my projected screen?
Yes, all is great. Yes.
Thanks. Okay. Okay, so this will be my outline for this 20 minutes of sharing. I will be sort of giving a short introduction of where Singapore Polytechnic is, and also do a quick summary of some of the CDIO practices that we have in engineering, and how some of these practices has been extended to the School of Chemical and Life Sciences, as well as a bit more details in a recent pilot study that we did in the School of Business. Yeah. Okay, first, let me just do a quick introduction of Singapore Polytechnic. We are the first polytechnic which is started in 1954. So this is even before Singapore turned independence in 1965. So you can say that Singapore Polytechnic actually evolves with the development of Singapore. And we constantly learn and relearn and reinvent ourselves in terms of curriculum to keep up with the development pace of the country and the needs of the country. Currently, we have a staff strength of about 1,450 around there, with about 760 academic staff. And we run mainly 30 diploma courses. Our diploma programs are not equivalent to a university program. We are in between the high school and the universities with a 3-year program in most of our full-time courses. We have 3 common entry programs, and we do take in some high school students before they graduate from high schools in what we call the Polytechnic Foundation program. And we also run many of the industry continuing education type of programs, so that the local manpower in the industry can continuously upgrade themselves with the new skill sets to support the economy. Right, our student enrollment stands at about 13,500 full-time students, and we do have quite a big number of part-time students who comes in the evening for the upgrading courses. In Singapore Polytechnic, we have altogether 10 academic schools spanning in various domain areas. The earliest schools being the engineering schools and the architecture schools, as well as the Maritime Academy. These are the schools that has sort of started off way back in the early 1954, all the way to the first diploma courses, which is 1961. Okay. In the recent publication by MIT School of Engineering, there was this publication that they did, which is the Global State of Arts of in Engineering Education by Dr. Ruth Graham. They actually look at take a survey from academics all around the world and to get the opinions of who are the current leaders in engineering education. And I think it's not to our surprise that we see many of the universities like Olin, MIT, Stanford universities, and so on top the list, right? And what is interesting is that it was mentioned in a little paragraph just at the bottom of this section that Singapore Polytechnic just fell short of this top 10 list, which is ranked together with all the universities. Although Singapore Polytechnic is not universities. So we are actually quite delighted that we have been recognized by academics around the world that our engineering curriculum is of a certain standard and recognized by the academics around the world. Yeah. Okay, so I will proceed on to share a bit of what we do in terms of CDIO practices in our engineering courses before I go on to the other schools. I think many of you are very familiar with the CDIO consortium. It started by MIT and a few Swedish universities. Singapore Polytechnic joined the consortium sometime in 2004. So that's already about 17 years in joining this consortium. And when we started off, we are really very new to this whole CDIO concept, and we actually took a lot of time learning from many of these universities of how to implement the CDIO curriculum. And of course, now as we journey through these 17 years of adopting CDIO, Singapore Polytechnic now is the sort of the co-director in terms of the CDIO International Council, and one of our directors sits in this council. And I think for all of us here, probably you have to know as well, there are actually many universities, I think including yourselves, adopted the CDIO curriculum as part of the engineering education framework, right? So I think you are familiar with the curriculum. I think it can be downloaded from this site as well. Okay, just briefly, as an introduction, CDIO focuses on integrated curriculum, which means they take not only the domain knowledge, but also integrate emphasis on personal skills as well as interpersonal skills into an integrated curriculum whereby the students get to experience all aspects of the holistic development through the curriculum design. Yeah. So the whole purpose is really to be able to educate our students who are mature and thoughtful individuals and to be able to learn complex value-added engineering systems and to be able to work in modern team-based engineering environment. And all of these are very essential skill sets that the industry needs in this modern world. And we really hope that as a result of this CDIO processes and curriculum design, that all our graduates can be creative, innovative, and entrepreneurial as they graduate from the institution. Now, I think we are all very familiar with traditional engineering program, which focus a lot on how to create things, right? How to make things. So that is very much the implementation and operation part of it, right? But more and more so, we realize that the industry actually requires engineers who have a deep sense of empathy of why you need to make certain things and what to make them. So the sense of empathy is ready to be able to sieve out the deep-rooted insights from the communities and from the needs of the society, and to be able to translate some of these needs into the design itself. So hence, we actually need to re-emphasize on the conceive part and the design part a lot more in order that we are making something that is relevant to the needs of the society. So for Singapore Polytechnic, how do we implement the CDIO? Actually, we went beyond just the basic CDIO framework to look at other possible potential frameworks that can supplement this CDIO. And we chanced upon a framework which is called the design thinking framework, which we again learned from MIT on how do we actually instill a sense of empathy in our students, leading to ideation and also quick prototyping. So this sort of anchored our conceive and design portion, where the students actually goes out to before even they design certain things, they go up to the community to study the problem a little bit more through conversations with the community and to size up the needs, right? And they do quick prototyping so that they can do a quick iterations to actually supplement their insights to the design. And we also set up a fabrication lab, we call it Fab Lab, which will provide the machineries and the necessary skill sets to actually enable the students to build a prototype in a rapid way. So the emphasis of the Fab Lab is really to emphasize on digital fabrication. So ranging from the things like 3D printing, laser cutting, PCB routing, etc. Right? So they do have facilities that they can actually implement and operate some of these ideas that they have as part of their projects. So in a nutshell, the engineering curriculum is being designed in this particular, shown in this particular diagram, right? So we have a 3-year program, and in each of the years, we aim to integrate certain subject matters, certain skills and knowledge into a particular project curriculum, whereby the subject matters are being applied together with your communication skills as well as your team management skills, right? And in every year, we do have a project modules, and there's a project track that runs through the 3 years curriculum in this manner. And the intensity of the projects increases, and the complexity of the projects increases over the 3 years, right? So that is roughly how we design and conceive the engineering curriculum in our engineering schools. So just to give you some examples of this model, what we implemented. I think you must be familiar with this introduction to engineering. It is part of a requirement of a CDIO framework, where we actually introduce students to hands-on engineering skills right from the very beginning of their when they join engineering course, right? In the traditional engineering program, a lot of the projects are actually done in a much senior years, either year 2 or year 3 and year 4, right? In the first year, they basically look at the very fundamental concepts without much appreciation of how to even apply them. So in CDIO, the purpose of having introduction to engineering is really to allow them to apply some of the modules that they learn, some of the skills and knowledge they learn immediately in the first year. All right, so examples of projects that we do in the first year are basically projects that integrate some of this knowledge, principle of electrical and electronic engineering, that will talks about all your Kirchhoff laws and all the basic electrical laws, and things like digital electronics, and then communication skills for personal as well as team effectiveness. So in doing this project, they will have to apply the knowledge from these 3 modules. And these are some of the things that they did in the first year projects, which are actually very simple circuit boards, and to allow them to learn things like soldering skills, simple interfacing, counters and things like that, right? Now, moving on to the second year, we have a design and innovation project, which attempts to integrate knowledge from a microcontroller application. I think many of the modern days engineering products do have a microcontroller as form of sort of a computer control systems within these products, right? So microcontroller actually can be applied to many different domains. And we also bring in the social innovation project, whereby we actually taught them the design thinking skill set. And through that, they actually apply these 2 modules from these 2, the knowledge from these 2 modules into the projects that they are doing. So they will have to explain from the user empathy point of view why a certain project is needed, so why do you need to do that, and what are the real needs, and what are we doing to solve the needs. And then they will then translate some of these findings into implementation, a project implementation using the microcontroller, right? And in the final year, it is a very open-ended problem, which we actually can take the form of either a final year project or what we call the solution-minded internship. All these are actually usually open-ended industry-based type projects, either happening on campus or they happen in the companies of our industry partners. So the expectation is for them to really solve real-life industry problems that is being faced by the companies, and that's through their training of their projects to be able to solve them by the end of the project cycle, right? So this is roughly how we sort of allow our curriculum to be integrated and to apply them to the industry types of scenarios throughout our curriculum. Okay, I will move on to share from the School of Chemical and Life Sciences. Just a simple example that they are attempting to do. They have actually started a pilot some 2 years ago, and they are beginning to expand this pilot, right? Again, these are sort of the traditional curriculum model where we have a three years curriculums. 1 year consists of 2 semesters, so altogether 6 semesters. So these are the traditional way that the modules are being arranged. And within these 3 years, there are some modules in blue which are quite skills-based in nature, right? So what the course team did is that they tried to bring together all the skill-based modules or subject matters into what we call industry now curriculum. So again, it is from an integrated curriculum perspective that they are trying to do this, right? So these skill-based modules are being mapped into industry roles. There are actually roles that are being defined by the industry in each of the different companies, right? Especially in this case, of course, it's pertaining to the chemical and life sciences industry, right? In this particular course, which is the Diploma in Perfumery and Cosmetic Science, so they actually work with the industry partners to actually look at the necessary learning outcomes from all this skill-based module and to be able to map into a training plan as well as an assessment rubric, right? And this has been totally created with discussion between industry partners and academics and validated with the industry partners, right? So all the face-to-face lectures and tutorials are sort of being replaced by a project-based learning, integrating all these modules in blue, right? So in terms of how the curriculum progression is, so they have revised the entire progression to allow the year 1 to focus on foundational modules, year 2, first semester, to do the preparatory modules needed to support this industry now curriculum. And in the second part of the year 2, they actually have industry projects being carved out together with the industry partners, integrating all the training plans and the assessment rubrics into this particular semester. And after this semester, actually the students are quite provisioned to face, to contribute actively in the industry. And so typically they proceed on to a year-long industry internship that will work with all the different companies to solve the real-world problems, right? So roughly that's how they transform the curriculum from a traditional model into what we call industry now curriculum. Okay, this is just an illustration of what they did. So they work with this company, Johnson & Johnson, and the problem statement is how do they create this is just an example of project, right? Create an anti-pollution fragrance product for teens, right? So they actually apply the C and D concept on using design thinking, right? So they conducted surveys and on focus group discussion with the targeted market segment, and using some of these insights derived from the surveys and create the type of persona to communicate why the needs of this product, and then they sort of conceive the type of solution needed to meet this needs of this particular persona. And then they progress on to implement by going to the labs to create the type of prototypes needed to test out the different formulations, right? And also through the process, they refine the different prototypes. In the last phase, they will then introduce a fragrance and re-evaluate the formulation, right? So this is done in total collaboration with our industry partners and our academic staff. So this example, how we implemented CDIO in the diploma in perfumery and cosmetic science. I will move on to the last example, a bit more elaborated example. I think many of you are also asking, this question about how do we implement the business school, right? So the School of Business actually piloted the CDIO sometime last year. They have pretty good pilot results, which I would like to share with this forum. Okay, so the journey actually started way back in 2018 when the School of Business academics asked this question: how can they differentiate the School of Business program, with the rest of the institution within Singapore, right? So they went on to do some study and look around in the different universities in terms of business program. So they chanced upon the Babson College, which is actually quite well known for the entrepreneurship program. So in Boston, that's right. Yeah, that's right. It's in Boston. So by taking reference to this fundamentals of management and entrepreneurship module in Babson College, they conceptualized this idea of learning business by doing business. All right, and then they proceed on to join the Babson Collaborative to understand a bit deeper, how does it transform the curriculum to build out the entrepreneur aspect of the business program, right? So they actually did this study, and I think some of the things that they found out from Babson College in the US is that they actually integrate across this curriculum so that students can apply the entrepreneur skills to form a very strong foundation, business knowledge in their one of the year of their studies, right? And they infuse this entrepreneur thought and action into a curriculum as well as co-curricular programs. So students can actually choose from dozens of multidisciplinary entrepreneurship courses depending on their interests, right? So these are some of the key features of the Babson program, which they borrowed some of these ideas. Right. So, understanding the Babson model, and the team begin to discuss and see how do we then apply the concept into the curriculum within the business school. So they begin to identify some of the possible modules that can be sort of integrated, as well as the communication aspect of some of these modules can be integrated, and identify key champions who believe in this model to champion a pilot to design the curriculum, and of course to be able to get the type of funding to support some of these student programs, right? And so later on, this group as well, they also find alignment with the CDIO framework because basically CDIO also emphasizes on integrated curriculum. So they studied the CDIO framework and look at how the assessment portion, active learning, can be designed as well according to the CDIO framework, right? So the Sandbox program officially has been rebranded into this name called Beta, Business and Essentials Through Actions, right? So this is sort of the official name before they launched the program. So what are the module objectives of Beta, right? So basically, the objectives is to really allow students to experience the nature of businesses as an integrated enterprise, right? So it's not going to study a business module in isolation, but looking from the perspective of a company, how some of this business can be applied, right? So they want to practice entrepreneurial thoughts and action. Okay, that's from the concepts that we learned from the Babson College. And we begin to identify, develop, and assess entrepreneurial opportunities, right? So students should be able to identify the different opportunities and to be able to assess them and develop them to create social and economic values. And of course, the soft skills are very important. So one of the objectives is also allow students to explore themselves, explore the collaboration among the teams, as well as organizations, in order that they can build out leadership and personal effectiveness, right? And to be able to practice and demonstrate as a self-directed learner. Right? So these are some of the key objectives of the beta program that the team hopes the student can pick up. So borrowing the CDIO framework, again, there are elements that they want to integrate from the personal skills, which is actually self-directed learning. They believe that the students need to pick up some of this ownership of learning by themselves, rather than reliance on the teacher to deliver the content to them. And they also wanted the students to experience resilience. That means what it means to fail, in order to be able to pick themselves up again after failing, right? In terms of domain integration, they have three modules in mind when they design the curriculum, which is the fundamentals of marketing, business negotiation skills, as well as management and human resource practices, right? So these are the three modules that will be integrated, right, in this particular beta program. And of course, the communication and team building skills are very essential. And so in this particular program, they run it across the whole of the first year, right, with active and experiential learning. Okay, so a bit more details of how it was being implemented. So it is a program meant for first-year students. The idea is at the end of this program, they should be able to create a small business in a team of 10 persons. Okay, so that's where the teamwork is, right? And the team are being structured into sort of companies. So they actually learn business in entrepreneur sort of a company environment. And then after that is they have support from multidisciplinary faculty, as well as a small little funding of $2,000 for each of their business to start with, right? So the students actually create, develop, launch their business as a real business over a year. At the end of the year, they need to actually close off the business and return the seed funding. And if there are profits, it will be donated to a non-profit organization, right? So this is roughly how the program structure is like. So these are some of the description. So it's very interesting that students actually start a business and liquidate the business at the end of it, which gives them the understanding of the entire possible business cycle, right? So the intensive module is actually very rooted in theory itself from the three modules, but teaches them in a very practical manner, right? To hone their entrepreneurial skills and capability. Okay, so roughly the process in implementing this beta program. So in semester one, we call it the beta one. It is doing the conceive and design phase, right? So first of all is to be able to identify the opportunity in using the design thinking. So the topics they cover are idea generation, creativity, and design thinking. So they will start off with four groups in a class. All right. Each group will be actually trying to do a presentation of their ideas that they conceive. Now, at the end of the first continuous assessment, only the best three will be selected, and one of the team will be eliminated. And the members of the eliminated team will then join the other three teams to work on the second assignment, right? In the second assignment, they are supposed to be able to do a business model as well as marketing plan, etc. Right? These are the topics that they cover in the second phase, and they'll be tested on this thing by doing a business plan presentation. So out of the three groups that do this presentation, again, only the top two groups will be selected, and the last group will be eliminated, and integrated into the two groups, right? So that ends sort of the first semester type of program, where they end up with having a business plan that they felt, where the class felt that they are the two best business plan, right? And in the second semester, beta 2, they will begin to implement and operate the business plan. So they will learn things like team development, business implementation, blueprint, business negotiation, and performance appraisal, right? So these two teams will then be given a little fund, a seed funding of $2,000 to implement and operate their business. So they can actually run their business in real spaces and have real clients, right? So the loans will be returned at the end of this whole cycle, and the profits have been donated to charitable organizations. Right?
So if they lost what?
I beg pardon, sorry.
What happens if there's a loss?
Yeah,
and not a
so
profit?
because this is a very small sum of money, so the school actually have budgeted for this sum of money as part of so investing in this education model. Yeah. Okay, so in piloting the beta program through, so we actually piloted the beta program in 2020, which is last year. Unfortunately, it was that's when the COVID strikes, and the pilot needs to be launched during a total lockdown period. We call it the circuit breaker in Singapore, where the learning have to be done purely online, 100% online for the first two phases, the conceptualizing and developing a business, right? And then when the situation was better in the second semester, we were allowed to come back to campus, and that's where they do their business implementation and operations. Right? So these are some of the products and businesses, samples of the things that they did over the pilot phase. And what did the students say about the pilot program? I think the students are generally quite excited about the program. All right, they said that yeah, it actually takes a lot of time out of them just to do this program, but they actually see a lot of opportunities that how to see their plans being implemented in action, right? And they feel that they learn actually much more when they really run the program, run their own business, right? And they actually set up a physical store at a particular place over Christmas, and they were excited to know that their products were sold off, right? And because the beta program is an opt-in program for the first year, and we are running a pilot, so I think this group of students at the end of it felt that there wasn't any regrets joining this pilot program. Yeah, so in terms of developing the leadership, a student, he said that no, initially he was very scared to take on responsibilities. I think that is quite true for most of our students coming in first year. But at the end of the first year, no, he is very excited to be able to take charge and assume leadership position within the business. Right? He has also, some of them also have learned to handle feedback from their team members, because as we work in teams, there are different opinions, and there may be members feeding back to them some of the things that they may be lacking. So this helps them to develop some form of self-awareness of areas that they could improve themselves.
Most of them are food projects.
I beg pardon?
I said most of them are food projects. Providing fast food.
Yes, in this particular case, yes, because they are year one students, and also because they are non-technical in nature, because they are from the School of Business, right? So I think the first project are mainly food type of businesses. Yes, you're right.
Too many cupcakes.
Yeah. So I think the students also mentioned a bit about the type of mindset that they developed over the whole first year, right? They say that this particular program helped them to become more confident and having a growth mindset of exploring what is possible rather than to look at the limitations, right? So they've also be able to learn from one another and be more inclusive and open-minded when they look at things, right? And one person said that actually they learn how to take failures as opportunity to grow, remembering that some of them actually get eliminated in their ideas, and they have to reorientate themselves to join another group, right? So they look at opportunities to learn from other members. Okay, so in terms of teamwork and communication, some students said that when in doubt, they are able to learning how to ask and to be able to handle a situation better instead of assuming, right? So they learn how to manage conflicts among themselves and eventually arrive at some consensus. Okay, how do we evaluate the program? So the academic staff take references from this particular publication to look at what are the possible attributes of entrepreneurs, right? And this publication indicated 10 indicators, which they call it the personal entrepreneur competencies, right? In this particular list. So they actually try to evaluate the program by first conducting a survey before the start of the academic year, and also the same survey at the end of the academic year to see if there are any improvement in these 10 domains or these 10 indicators, right? By the way, these 10 indicators are also mapped to our SP, Singapore Poly graduate attributes as well, right? So the color sort of indicates the mapping. So what are the findings from the pilot project? So the light blue is the survey done before, and the dark blue is the one after, right? So they score the 10 competencies in this way. They assign 25 points to each of the competencies, and in total is 250 points, right? So for the non-beta students, there were a 5% increase, all right, at the end of the program after going through the standard curriculum structures, right? Whereas the beta group actually had about a 10% increment in terms of this scoring, right? So we can see therefore from here, there is actually a much more deeper learning and in terms of all these competencies when they went through the beta program. And in terms of the areas of the vast improvements, of course, if you compare this, the red bar and the blue bar, the red bar is those who went through the beta program and the blue bar are for those who did not. So typically you can see in all areas, the beta students actually indicates improvements, much better improvements over the non-beta students. And of course, in the top 5 areas are in terms of independent and self-confidence skills, persuasion and networking, systematic planning and monitoring, persistency, as well as opportunity seeking and initiative. These are the 5 areas that has a greatest improvement as compared to the non-beta students. Okay, so what are some of the comments by the faculty staff? I mean, these are the champions, so they are sort of the believers who have taught the program. So they found that the students are more willing to take risks, exploring through the various topics, and the final assessment was very impressive, and the students are actually more outspoken as compared to the students they taught previously, right? And of course, in terms of attitude, I think they found that the beta students are more driven, very motivated, and able to ask more questions and more vocal in terms of expression, right? So similarly, another lecturer also found similar observations, right? That they are more vocal and they seems to be happier and more expressive at the end of the program. Right? So in summary, the outcomes from the pilot program of the beta was actually much better than expected. I think the school, the academic staff were actually quite excited that the outcomes are very good, and they intend to scale it up to the rest of the cohort. All right. Students really appreciate the module in terms of the deep learning, despite their feedback on the high intensity. Right. It's quite a resource intensive in terms of teaching team. So I think preparation of the teaching team is quite essential in that case. And of course, they can see that the beta program actually developed the right entrepreneurial competencies in their students. And this provides them with a strong foundation moving on to the year 2 and year 3 of the studies. So I think that's my last slide, and I want to thank you for your attention. listening to this presentation.
What is the technology barista?
Web, pardon?
You know, in the projects, you had a solar car and you had technological barista. I didn't understand the barista.
Okay,
What is this?
Okay, yeah, so that is part of the engineering program. The barista is one that prepare drinks, you know, those people that prepare cocktails. So they need to take liquor or liquids or things from different components and then mix them together. So the robot who actually goes to take the different proportions of liquids from the different composition, and then they will do the shaking and prepare the drinks. So it's a robotic project.
Good luck.
Are there any comments or questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Lu. Thank you very much for your contribution. It's really so much added value for us as educators, especially that at ACK we are planning to implement CDIO in the business school. And actually, what you've first of all, many are asking me if you can share your presentation with us, if you don't mind, because it's really of added value for us. If you don't mind, to share it with us by email, and we can share it with the others.
Sure, that's no problem. I can share the PDF version for review.
Okay. One more thing, you know, here at ACK, we participate sometimes in competitions, and myself, I led one of the competitions that was entrepreneurial, and I do understand everything you said about the beta program, and I appreciate its you know, components. My question is, did you have any study or statistics about the employment demand for your students, because they implement CDIO in their studies? So are they more favorable in the job market?
So for the engineering program, we definitely have statistics because we have implemented CDIO for more than 17 years. Yeah. So we don't see any employment issues actually with our engineering graduates. In fact, for Singapore, I think engineering there's a lack of engineers overall in the country as we move into the smart nation. So I think that we don't see any employment difficulties in Singapore.
Okay, one last question, Mr. Lu. I believe so much, because Dr. Osama asked you that all of them are food. I believe so much in the interdisciplinary projects. Do you think implementing CDIO interdisciplinary-wise is practical?
Yes, I think we do have other examples. We actually started one program on transdisciplinary projects, where we have students from School of Design and all other faculties coming together to look at project implementations that are what the industry needs. Not so much of their own students' problem, but actually something that comes from the industry. So we do have something in the type of format as well. Yeah.
Yes, excellent. Thank you for your insightful presentation. Very helpful and practical. We really look forward, and hopefully we can have a more fruitful cooperation with your reputable institution in this regard. I highly appreciate you accepting our invitation, and sorry again for taking from your time. And thank you very much for your added value presentation. Appreciate it, Mr. Lu.
Thanks a lot.
Yes. Are there any other institutions other than Babson that have programs where they're, relevant to CDIO in business?
So for the business program, we take reference from the Babson, but of course the design thinking framework, actually we learn from Olin College from the US.
Olin, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I will take my leave. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Lu. We were honored having you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think, my dear colleagues and audience, we will not have the privilege of taking a break because we ran over time. Is that okay with everyone? Is that okay with our distinguished upcoming speaker, Dr. Mohassas? Are you okay with that? Can we move ahead? Is it fine? Yes. I'm sorry for the break. Anyways, we are online, you know, so we're unable to welcome you with any coffee or any finger food. So excuse us for that. This is one of the drawbacks of being online. However, we'll move forward for our first panel discussion. We have 4 presenters in this panel, and then we'll have an open discussion where we ask them together, you know, and we can open the floor for questions and answers. Okay, so we will start with our first distinguished presenter, Mr. Mehrdad Mohasses. I hope I pronounced it properly as well. Mo has a Master of Education in Training and Development from the University of Southern Queensland, Australia. We are affiliated with Central Queensland, Australia here. And as well as an MBA and Bachelor of Commerce from the University of Windsor, Ontario. He's presently a PhD candidate, and his dissertation title is Developing a Competency Framework to Prepare Higher Education Graduates for Industry 4, which is the current era where we are living. Mr. Mohasses has more than 25 years of experience in higher education in Canada and UAE, and since 2017 he has been the acting dean of School of Management and Commerce at Amity University in Dubai. His latest research is Industry 4 Core Skills, a research report that was published in the IBIMA 2020 conference in Spain. So now I think it's the most contemporary topic, Industry 4. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation, Mr. Mohasses, and here is the floor all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Rola. And I think it's in our time is afternoon. I'm sure in Kuwait you are about an hour behind us, almost getting to afternoon. But good morning or good afternoon to you. It's a pleasure to be here. I think I should firstly thanks all other speakers earlier, because to be honest, they set the ground for my discussion in terms of my core discussion is around soft skills through the research that I did so far, and the importance of that in higher education and preparing our student for future. And listening to different speakers, I know Dr. Issam started by talking about changes and adaptability, and Dr. Khaled mentioned about creative human capital, autonomous learner. I know Dr. Tariq generally talk about changes that needs to be happen. And then talking about Dr. Chung, who was clearly stated how in this integration they are doing, soft skills play an integrated part of their whole curriculum, new curriculum. And so give you a bit of background, as Rola said, I've been in education for so long, teaching, and for past 25 years, I've been mainly administrator at different level. And one thing I came across is that there is always has been a challenge when it comes for a student to get a job, or a student may not necessarily end up with a great job, but the CS student who has a good soft skills get a better job. So that always has been in back of my mind. And if I could start sharing my screen to show you a few things that is, sorry. Okay, I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, super.
If it can be enlarged, it'll be better.
Sure, I will. Thank you.
Amity University.
Here we go. So what happened was, as I said, that got my interest, and I started doing research, which I'm going to share through this presentation. After giving you a background, a little bit of background about, generally, when I start looking to that, about 2018, I start gathering information. I've reviewed about 100 to 120 different reports. and looking mainly on the future skill set that is required for the people. And one element which was there and continuously is coming back, of course, there is needs for AI and blockchain and digital skills, you could say, or what we need to make this transformation. But what was the interesting thing is importance and significance is given in these reports, which I'm going to share with you, the name of the company and how I collected in a few minutes. But they keep talking about communication, listening, active listening, critical thinking, problem solving, empathy, and so on. So I put the paper together, and these are the company. I look at the report, and if in case you are interested, I strongly advise to search for McKinsey Global Institute. They are one of among consulting firm and think tank. They are one of the leading one in terms of looking at what is coming up, and they do massive survey around the world, which some of them I'm going to share with you and see what we going. So my presentation is first looking at, you could say, skills or soft skills prior to COVID, whether COVID made any changes, better or worse, in terms of requirement for soft skills. And then towards the end, maybe make some suggestion regarding the role of higher education and how we can improve that. And some of them Dr. Chung mentioned in his presentation, which I said earlier, it was great. This is one of the table I did in my research. I know you cannot read it, but this is generally a summary of things. Oh, sorry, there's a typo here. That creativity, communication, critical thinking. I don't think any of these elements is new to you. It's not the news. It's nothing that you didn't know. But the fact is, as an educator, when we're looking at how or we embedding these in our courses and how to be assessing these, that's the challenge for us. I think we all keep talking about soft skills, but I'm glad to see that what they are doing in Singapore Polytech, they embedding them into the project and using that. And that's the way I believe it's supposed to be. We are doing it to some extent in our university, but definitely by far in Singapore, they are doing a great job. If you're looking at World Economic Forum, I'm showing you this to see some of they made a prediction prior to 2018 and came up with these skill set, mainly again, soft skills. But then they look at 2022, some like analytical skills stay same, but active learning from third or fourth ranking becomes second. It becomes more important as the time passed. And this was prior to COVID again. Creativity becomes priority number 3, and so on and so forth. So there was changes in the set of skills that happening in different places at different stages. And when COVID came, one of the things people noticed is through this epidemic, there are some companies, some organizations really struggle. And this is mainly due or related to the lack of soft skills they have. I put few of reason here for you: inability to adapt to change, that all of a sudden people has to work and the responsibility be delegated to them. And they have to make a decision, they have to run a small team, and they were not ready for it because nobody expect we go to the lockdown and the only way of communication is the distance communication. innovation, creativity, lack of courage, mental strength, and so on. So these are all pop up during the COVID, and people realize that most managers in organization realize that their staff is struggling with that. Now, adaptability, for example, came, which I mentioned earlier. Also empathy. Empathy, if I give you an example, when people lose their job, and when it comes, if you're a loan manager, you're a mortgage officer, they were not ready to, through distance, try to comfort the customer, come up with a scheme, help them to overcome the challenges they have in terms of paying off their mortgage, for example. There are, even most employees didn't know whether they have that authority to do the job or not. Other things came up was critical thinking and being able to come up with a solution, being innovative, solving the problem, and of course communication when you're looking at the screen, and that's the only way you have to communicate with other, plays definitely more significant role. And people who were didn't have these ability, people who were there was an absence of these skills, they were suffering. I'm just sharing with you some headline. These are new. These are during or after COVID actually kicked in, October 20th. This is from MasterCard. Information published in Forbes about importance of soft skills after pandemic. This is the Society for Human Resource Management. They're talking about importance of soft skills more than ever. This is May 11, 2020, when we were experiencing that. And again, McKinsey did the extensive research, which I'd like to share with you, about where we're going after and what is happening to us. They look at a number of things. The detail I shared after this my presentation, you could look at it, and there are references at the bottom. But what they mention, increasingly, companies should focus on social, emotional, and advanced cognitive. And they made a list of them here and how these are become important. Again, technical skill is there and nobody playing down them, but how significant becomes these skills that we are not sure most of the time, especially as a faculty, as an administrator, how well we are preparing for a student to be ready for the challenges which is out there, and whether they possess the required soft skills or not. That's the challenge. In the study they did, this is again McKinsey Global Institute, they look at 8 countries, China, France, Germany, India, Japan, Spain, and United Kingdom, as well as United States, which they said count about 62% of global GDP. They said, again, back to the same thing, digital, cognitive, social, emotional, adaptability, and resilience are important, are the skills for after COVID. These are after they did massive survey of CEOs. And again, I'm echoing the same thing has been said before, problem solving, creativity, and innovation. If you are a procurement officer, how you gonna relocate your supply chain, how you wanna be creative to come up with the plan B. These are the things which most manager, they felt they were lack of these skill set. to come up remotely with a plan. Collaboration, management, self-expression, they mention, empathy, they mention. I share with you about the bank client advisor in a distance. They also mention about resilience and how the jobs are changing and how and it's going to happen to a student and a graduate, how they could switch to another skill set. How could they move those transferable skills, that softer skills, that are mainly softer skills, to a new job, to a new career. And this is what we said from the beginning, that the changes is happening in Kuwait, is happening around the world. Jobs are changing, and the environment around us is changing. But we have to make our student resilience towards these changes, but to what extent we are successful, that needs to be seen. Sorry, I'm going a bit fast because I was told I have 10 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes for question and answer. So enhancing soft skills, I thought I shared with you, is not something which is happening in a college A, college B. It's all around. This is Harvard University. They actually have their Center for Learning and Teaching. They're offering regularly how to help a student to build soft skills. So it's definitely significant anywhere you look at. But the way forward is, I really appreciate the fact that Dr. Chung had that presentation prior to me, because he showed that how the traditional curriculum changed to something which all these skill set is practically included there in the program learning outcome and course learning outcome. We are, to some extent, and some other university is still doing it traditionally. This is just an example of a college, and what I love, the reason I'm sharing this one with you, you see, to the extent they put the list of their module for a course in business, they put the teaching and learning content, and then they see what type of a skill, softer skills they want a student get out of that. Like this one shows by green, focus on solution, listen actively, strengthen relationship, and they have it for every week. So that to the extent that on weekly, how and what type of exercise activity we give to students and how this helps them to improve their interpersonal skills, they be a better team player, be a better leader. There are few universities are doing that. Strayer University, they actually 3 years, they look at experts, they shadow workers, they talk to the CEO, and what they came up, something like this, that you will see here, that they are putting here a name of a course, description for the course, and at the bottom here they put how many skill set of this. These are the skills that want to be covered or being addressed in this particular course or will be addressed. So that they identify, you could say, the graduate attributes, means regardless of which program they are, they possess all these skill set. And then they went to the extent that looking at each course, each assessment, each activity, how these help a student to do a better job. That's the bottom line. Sorry, we are a startup something here. We have in Amity University in Dubai, firstly, we are a branch campus. Amity, as you may know, is a university invented in India. There are among the 10 largest university in India. We are a branch campus, means we have to deliver the curriculum so far of what is coming to us. But we recently made a proposal, and we're working towards offering our own program in UAE, and we are in the process of getting our accreditation as a separate entity. And part of that exercise, which it is in progress, we actually looking at listing these skill set that I talked to you, and what are the assessment and what activity relate to that. Presently, what we are doing is we are doing a number of things. For example, the way we deliver our courses, every course should have a flipped learning component, and the flipped learning is faculty create a video. I show you an example of that. This is me creating a video for our students about specifically about the area that the student may struggle or need to watch or read or look at prior coming to the class. And then in class, we're going to discuss, do the case study, work on a project. So this way, a student get most of their learning, because the area which is simple, practically covered at home, and when they come to class, we're looking at the challenging part. We're reversing, as you know, that's the idea of flipped learning, reversing their the sequence, whatever they were doing in university in terms of delivery will be done at home. And assignment that usually they do at home or project, when they have nobody to ask for, now is done under supervision of the teacher. And this way also we get most of the class time because I have more interaction with them. We also try case-based learning. Every faculty member, he has to write a case. If I go further, I think I overwrite something here in my presentation. If you just give me a sec, I just want to clear this one. My apology for that. This is 2 cases. I teach in 2 different courses that is being developed. As you know, there are thousands of cases out there, but what we asking our faculty to do to create cases which is relevant to UAE or GCC. Why? Because we think a student could relate better to, for example, a smart city, which how Dubai implement the smart city initiative, or how Emirates Airline do their cargo, than talking about, let's say, American airline or Canadian airline. A student get a good understanding of what is happening around them in terms of business. So we think this is an important things to do. We are Amity Dubai since 2011. We actually developed 98 cases which been published in UK Case Center and is actually become available. If you go to UK Case Center, you will even could purchase those cases. Active learning is another thing. I know everybody is using MS Teams, but one of the things I do as a dean of the program, we actually done a number of workshops but I expect faculty on regular basis have interactive session, because some of our students are in distance, some are in university, but we do a feature in MS Teams called breakouts, which you could divide your class into groups, and as an instructor you could visit them. This provides a community of learners. Students get to know to each other, and they could work closely with each other, because one of the problem is now with this pandemic, a student, especially year one student, they don't know each other. They don't know where to get help. And we also establish a peer tutoring, which is done working on a distance to help a student. Or assessment is we are scrapping all for year 2, year 3, and year 4, all the final assessment. We are replacing most summative assessment with the formative assessment, and that help faculty also get an understanding of what's happening with the student. We still have some summative assessment, I should say, but we're trying to minimize them, and we ensure in order that every course have a presentation, every course has a writing component, every course has a case study. These are all the elements, not only in business, but in engineering, in psychology, in media. This is our strategy to make the program more hands-on. We also have an incubation center which promote entrepreneurship. We work closely with Dubai Foundation, which promote entrepreneurship in UAE. Our student actually in last July, they won an award of one of their projects. We continuously, every year, we have 3 competition where we solicit idea from a student on entrepreneurship. Last thing I want to say is what I like about Peggy Claus. If you don't know her, she's one advocate for soft skills. And one thing I actually like her second quote, it says, "We human want things to change, but we want to stay the same," which is impossible. Or faculty for these changes, or faculty should start looking, or administrator should start looking at the things differently. And and the good news is there are lots of good examples. I think I personally quite impressed with what's happening in Singapore Polytech. I think integration, where a student could apply their skill set while their study, is the best way forward. In Amity, we're working towards that, and we hope we get there soon. Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity. I appreciate your patience to listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohasses. We really benefited. You know, you reminded me of a documentary I watched the other day about Finland, and they were asking a mathematics teacher, what is the objective of your teaching? And he said, to raise happy individuals. And that was so astonishing that a math teacher, who usually we consider rigid, a subject that deals only with numbers, that he was thinking like that. And I can conclude from your presentation something which I think, with experience and dealing with people, that sometimes emotional intelligence is much more important than the IQ. And this comes through soft skills.
Exactly.
I don't want to take much of your time, but I would like you to stay with us so that after the panel presenters present, we can open the floor for the audience to ask. Is that fine?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mohasses. Thank you very much for your valuable presentation.
Thank you, and thanks everyone.
Thank you. And now we'll move to our active participant. I can see you commenting on everything. Dr. Khidr Durra, thank you very much for being with us this morning and for your patience. Dr. Khidr received his full professor from computer engineering faculty in 2008 from Aleppo University in Syria. He has a PhD in computer engineering from Washington University, USA, and a master's on computer engineering, both of them in ICT security. His work experience now, currently he is an executive manager partner in Zena Technology and Telecom Systems since 2017. He is a senior ICT expert, and he was a consultant for the National Center for Education Development over the years 2013 to 2017. So you were in a good position to make a change. Then senior ICT consultant, Rome, Italy, under the UNDP program over the years 2000 to 2013. Books authors, Forensic of ICT Crimes, Financial Crimes in Cyberspace, Informatic Security Intelligence, Effective Strategy for Establishing E-Governments. This is very high for me, honestly. I liked something about him, what we asked about his bio, that he said that he has a mission, and his mission is to help local communities to increase their livelihood standards through the provision of state-of-the-art ICT that facilitates the conversion to knowledge communities so that they not only consume information and knowledge, but also produce it in a sustainable manner. Wow, I love that. So we are here. I know you've been patient with us, and we are all here to hear from you, Dr. Khudr. The virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Ola. I will start sharing my screen. Can you all see that?
Yes, we can.
All right. Here we go. رب اشرح لي صدري واشرح لي ويسر لي امري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. I would like to start with answering the question you first started asking us today about what do we think about our profession in the first day in the morning. And my answer was hope. That's what we really give our students. We give them hope for a better tomorrow. We give them hope that they can do something about it. They can be a better people. They can be a better community. And finally, we can be a better world. So hope is what we give them, and what we hope that they understand it. A lot of people, a lot of colleagues talked about we need to change and managing the change, and somebody are afraid of the change. And there are some radical forces that is fighting against the change. Yes, it is everywhere. As a matter of fact, we should not be afraid to change, but we should be afraid if we don't change. That's when we really consider ourselves in a compromised situation where all these advancements in technology and in human civilization, and we are just looking at it. Yes, my mission is to change that, to make our people generate knowledge instead of consuming it. And to do that, I would like to talk about a dream of educators. Like Confucius said, I hear, I forgot. I see, I remember. I do, I understand. And that's what I would like to concentrate on. The dream of any educator is to make his students understand what he is teaching them. That's when the real knowledge transfer happens, and the good positive impact takes place. It has been proven that the best way to teach is learning by doing. We show them how to do things, instead of showing them a frigid 2D images or talk about theories and all that, which is have a good importance, but still it stays there. If we involve them and make them more immersed into the subject that we are teaching them, they will become more understanding, and they will fully utilize their entire attention. So learning by doing involves all student senses in the knowledge transfer process. And the best expression for in education, and especially for e-learning, we talked a lot about e-learning, but how to do an effective e-learning is to use augmented and virtual reality technology into the development of the lessons and curriculum. It's not about learning management system. It's not about using Teams. It's not about using Zoom. These are all vehicles. The important part in any e-learning subject is the content itself. what am I giving this student at the end through all those technologies? Is it a tablet? Is it a laptop? Is it a desktop? Is it a piece of hardware? It's the content, the lesson itself that he needs to, at the end, understand. So whether we are talking about in-class scenario or the online distance learning scenarios, augmented virtual reality is the solution for having the to maximize the impact of learning. Educators will be able to capture the attention of their students like never before. And I'll show you some of our experiments in this field. The technology, augmented virtual reality brings virtual information or objects to many indirect view of users in real world environment to enhance their perception and interaction with the real world. This is a picture from a research institute looking at a normal brain function with typical traditional type of learning, which is just listening or watching. And this is when augmented virtual reality was involved. You can see the difference between the two brains and how high his attention becomes. Another example, this is a practical example, in a normal scoring system, these are the normal levels of people using when it comes to attention. But when virtual reality is involved, the attention reaches to 100%. The scores becomes better by 30%. We all know that as educators in the same class, although the students are in the same class, every student learns differently. Some student picks up the subject in like 10 to 15 minutes, the other he needs like 30 minutes, and the other needs more. But at the end of the day, if we involve augmented and virtual reality, everybody will pick up, because of the high attention and high immersive, they will pick up all their the knowledge that I want to give them with all equal levels. These are some of the personal systems that we provide. We believe that knowledge is a human right. And to do that, we have to democratize the knowledge. The democratizing means creating the knowledge, the content, which should be easy to create and to share without any high experience. And that's why we adopt with our principal partners, as you can see here, what we call all things. All things technology is that our application works on any device available, whether you have a mobile, a tablet, a laptop, a desktop, or any of those wearable devices, it works fine. Or whatever your operating system is, it works fine with us. And so we also have some dedicated workstations for vocational training, the laptop, 3D laptops, and workstation, which literally makes the object pumps into space in front of the student, and he starts manipulating it in real time. And I believe some of you have did that already. We also have a bigger system for displaying, like a cube, especially when we talk about our dynamic process simulation for oil and gas. We use big simulators where the student is inside the refinery and is working out through all the facilities, or we use iTheater if it's a huge audience, or in fire simulator, we use also the big screen. This is 12 by 4 screen. But these are just technologies. And these are most of our partners: Eon Reality, TSC Simulators, VR Lab Academy, which they have online virtual laboratories. So to complete the entire cycle of education, we have content management, that's electronic authoring tool from Eon XR. We have virtual laboratory. For every subject, we have a theory and we have application. So there is a theory covered by this part and the lab is covered by the virtual laboratory. We have also dedicated simulators from zSpace, from Adams, from Vivid Learning, and so on. I don't want to talk a lot about the technology. I want to show it to you now. You can do it while we are working with it. But before that, I just want to explain a small thing about problems in e-learning. You see, in e-learning scenarios, 82 of education institutes have engaged in VR. But the comments about VR, it's not easy, it's expensive. And so people lose interest if they in adopting it. Others look at that if it's a video type of scenario of e-learning, in 6 minutes you will lose the attention of the remote student. But when the pandemic hits us, we came to a reality that it's not a luxury anymore. E-learning is not a luxury. Before 2019, it was like, look, or considered like that. But after the pandemic, it's now become a necessity. And it's a pressing necessity that we have millions of students were deprived from a quality of education. And how to do that, how to outreach them, how to provide them with this quality education. Yes, every country has the different setups, but with whoever adopted the AV was really in a good position to maintain the success of their educational accomplishment. The solution, of course, is to adopt an easy tool that can allow the student to manipulate with augmented virtual reality. And I will move now to that tool immediately. I don't want to waste more of your time. This is our tool. You can download it on your mobiles while we are now chatting. Go to your App Store or Google Store and look for EON and download it. You can use it for free unless you decide to have the more licenses. You use a normal email. In, and once you are in, you are immediately into the what we call the library. The library holds all the 3D assets that we have, using all the objects available for you. I will now make this bigger. I will choose one of the engines. For example, here, Dr. Isam talked about aviation. I will use this jet engine and see how we look at it from an augmented reality point of view. All right, here's the engine. What I can do to this engine, and you can do that in your fingertips if you are using a mobile or a tablet, I can rotate. While the teacher is doing the same, this access from the teacher and from the student. Our application allow real-time time sharing, collaboration in a collaborative mode, online meetings and all this stuff. So the lesson is in real time. The teacher is talking and explaining to the students what this object do, and they can use other tools available in the application like the X-ray. X-ray shows you beyond what's inside, or we can use the picking tool, dissect and reunite, or explode and reunite, depending which science we are. As engineers, we use the word, but as biologists, we use the word dissect. So this is the tool X-ray, or you can use annotations in any languages you want for the object. Now, whatever I am doing here as a teacher, the students are also following me using their mobile tablets, laptops, or whatever device they have in class or remotely, and doing the same thing. They are working with the object. They are not looking at it only. Not the sense of seeing or listening. They are literally working with it. That's doing. This is learning by doing. Or we can run a simulator, but here we don't have a simulator on this particular model. I will run other simulators. Or you can use the picking tool. I can pick up one tool and take it out gradually, and so on. Time, the teacher, if he is not online, and he can record whatever he's trying to say. Okay. He can make a recording of whatever he wants to say. I don't know if you can hear that or not. Okay, it's not it's not registering well. But anyhow, he can record or add a video tape to the same object, and so on. This is what we call being learning by doing. No matter how much you said, you told the student to go ahead and practice, you cannot avail an engine for every student in your class. And if you have one simulator, then they will come maybe, and how much time they spent, or how much time, how many hours in that 24 hours. It's only you have in one day you have 24 hours, so not everybody can go and explore it by themselves. With this type of tool, you are able to create your lessons as a teacher, convert them from whatever platform you are using, PowerPoint, PDF, whatever the case is, and convert it to this platform, which they can be easily controlled by your student. Furthermore, I would like also to show you another example, actually. The other example is, I'll have something different this time. I'll have something like from other disciplines. Blah, blah, blah. Higher education, aerospace, energy, health. Yeah, I'll go for health and medical, just to show you various examples. Okay, I would like to take the example of the eye and start the lesson. I hope some of you have downloaded the application. This is the eye. I'm working with it now. I can use the same, the X-ray. This is, of course, in a low resolution. There are higher pictures with better resolution than this, or the dissect, or annotation, or the picking tool. I can run all of them together. X-ray, dissection, picking up, doesn't really matter. So all the narrations that the teacher like to have in creating a lesson is there available for him. He can also create quizzes. I'm not able to play the sound, I think, because of my computer. But he can add a quiz with multiple choice, and the students answer it online, and he gets the results from that quiz itself. Okay. Also, the application can integrate to any existing learning management system the academic partner may have in their using in their campus, whether it's whether that campus is using Moodle or using Blackboard or D2L or whatever LMS, we can integrate easily to those. So the student needing to change the environment, they can link to the classes to the teacher completely. Furthermore, for administration, each teacher has complete control of his lessons. He can decide to make his lessons private or publish it on the library or assign it for particular students or other teachers in the same campus. Here is a comparison between a turbofan engine in a classical book, education book. This is how it looks like, and this is how it looks in our environment. A complete control of the model. So my recommendation is to incorporate augmented virtual reality technology into the development of STEM-based curriculum. And as a gift for this venue, I would like to provide you with a grant guarantee program. It's a donation program from our company and principal partners, where we provide a grant of $5 to $25 million for any academic partner to develop their curriculum using our platform, EON XR. Did I make your day?
I have to ask senior management. Yes. Oh, thank you.
This is it. This is the end of my presentation. And I believe your senior management have seen the grant before.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Khidr. Thank you very much. I loved how you started your presentation. I've never thought about it as hope, actually, but thank you very much. And I'm sure we have a lot of our engineering faculty with us. They will download this and try it for free. It's such a rich library where we can try. And I'm sure the team management is with us, Professor Isam, Professor Hussein, and we definitely need to look into this. Actually, we were looking into this before the pandemic, and as you said, we always considered it very expensive. So now we'll definitely stay in touch. We'll definitely stay in touch. I'll give the floor to my second colleague, and then we'll come to discussion and opening the floor for the audience to ask you. Okay? Is it okay to stay with us, Dr. Khidr?
Yes, yes, of course. I'm audience.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your valuable input. So now I will go to Dr. Dieter Tom. He's a dear colleague of mine. We work in the same school, actually, and he has a PhD in business leadership from US and an MBA in human resource development from Australia. He's the chair of the quality management and PBL committees at the School of Business at ACK. He has lived in Kuwait for the past 14 years, taught in ACK since 2007, and worked in the oil industry before then. He worked with Tasmania, Victoria University, Central Queensland University throughout his years in ACK. His passion is people, and he loves using PBL in higher education, project-based learning, in order to help students to learn. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation, Dr. Dieter. It's our home, I know, but still we do.
Much appreciated. Can you all see my screen and hear my voice?
Yes. Floor is yours, dear.
Right.
Go ahead.
So today I'm going to look at how ACK has had the PBL experience in the online context. And I'm going to look at it from a business perspective. Now, Dr. Martin Jaeger will look at it from the engineering perspective a little bit later on. First of all, what is PBL? Well, PBL is two things. It's problem-based learning and it's project-based learning. So, in other words, a problem leads to a project solving it. And a project has a central problem directing it. So these are two sides of the same learning coin, the problem and the project. Now, projects are nothing new. There have been many projects throughout history. The Great Wall of China, the Great Pyramids, all of these are projects. In fact, learning by projects is also not new. Family businesses have developed children with projects. Apprenticeships have ensured that young people learn a trade. And most of you, I think, have also used projects in your teaching. Now, if we look in the last 100 years, there are many different practical learning approaches that have been developed. First of all, the emphasis on the human need for individual higher order, critical thinking and inquiry-based learning, where the key is asking deeper questions. Then the recognition of the importance of group and teamwork, as well as cooperative and collaborative learning. So the key here is working well with others. Then the identification of the importance of outcome-based education, training and assessment, or OBE. Here the key is key performance indicators. Then the requirement of work-based action learning, vocational skill development, competency-based education, or CVE, where the key is experiential learning. And actually we've used this at ACK for about 15 years already. And then finally, we have the focus on the problem and project-based learning, or PBL. And the key here is the solution of a problem through a project approach, which integrates all of these different types of learning. Now, if we look at the last 60 years, there have been some significant highlights in the development of PBL. In the 1960s, although many of us were not born there at that stage, students were rebelling against traditional established learning and were asking for more than just theory. In 1969, McMaster University in Canada, through their medical school, started its PBL program. And in fact, a lot of medical schools are using this approach today. Then in the 70s, 2 Danish universities started using PBL. And in fact, they were established with PBL as the central core philosophy. First of all, we had Roskilde University, which developed its problem-oriented project learning, or PPL. Then we had Aalborg University, which developed its problem-based learning. And we here at ACK essentially follow a modified version of the Aalborg system. Then, of course, we had other institutions like Maastricht, Linköping, etc., that followed suit. Now, in the last 15 years, at the business school in ACK, we have seen an evolution of how we actually use projects. So between 2007 to 2016, we taught units with different partners, Tasmania, Victoria, Central Queensland universities. But it was only in 2015 that PBL was actually included in our School of Business strategic plan. In 2016, we had some admin orientation, and in 2017, some lecturer training at Aalborg. In 2019, we had some more lecturer training, and a whole bunch of us actually got passionate about PBL. So the ACK School of Business does internal staff training before each semester, and around half of our professors now actually use PBL in the School of Business. And this figure has stayed quite consistent over the last 2 years, and it's been the same with face-to-face and online learning. Now, I can see many of you sitting there and being very skeptical of PBL. All right, I was like that too. I was very skeptical of using it. I thought it was just the easy way out instead of rigorous education. I had used project work in a minor way, but not through PBL. I was then sent to Aalborg University by ACK, and I received their training in their institutional PBL approach. I saw how they applied it in the whole community of Aalborg, from kindergarten right through to graduate studies. So they do this in collaboration with commerce and industry. They also use cross-functional teams, even at different levels, from postgraduate right through to undergraduate, and different specializations like engineering and business. And I have to confess to you, I am now a convert to the cult of PBL. Now, Aalborg problem-based learning is very specific. All educational activities at Aalborg University involve problem-based project work. which takes as its point of departure a set of principles that constitute the Aalborg model of problem-based learning. So this approach is internationally recognized and has over the years received great interest from universities, researchers, and students in Denmark as well as abroad. The Aalborg model includes project work based on authentic problems, also self-governed group work and collaboration. And actually, Aalborg is now a UNESCO-approved PBL center. Now, for those that don't understand Danish education, they essentially have a 3+2+3 model, where their initial degree is 3 years, the master's is 2 years, and then the doctorate is 3 years. Now, project work through PBL gets increased throughout the years that they are there in the basic degree and the master's. So in the first 5 years, project work is introduced, and then every year it progresses. So in year 1, they get training in the PBL modus of actually studying. They look at macro and fundamental courses. In year 2, they have functions combined with group projects. Year 3, they have holistic business projects, a complex thesis, and preparation for the master's level. So each semester looks essentially like this, where they begin with coursework. By the way, they still have many lectures and traditional uses of what we consider conventional lecturing. But what they do is then they incorporate project work from the start, and as the semester progresses, they increase that project work, so that by the end, when they do the verbal exam, they actually have equipped the students with the course knowledge that they need, and they've allowed the students to work on a project which applies that course knowledge. So PBL integrates a number of different things: problem analysis, problem solving, a project report. It includes a literature review, lectures, group studies, tutorials, fieldwork, and experiments. So what they try to do at Aalborg is they try to balance theory and practice. So when we look at the student participation and the supervisor or teacher role, it essentially tries to unite those two. So instead of being passive, the students are always active, and they're always engaging in what they're being taught. So we really see a very nice integration of the problems, the projects, the guidance by the supervisor, the groups and how they work together, and a balance between the theory and the practice. So they do have the normal lecture halls that we have with normal lectures. They also have group activities and cubicles for group work. So the groups get together in these cubicles and they do brainstorming, and they approach their project right from the start with an integrated approach. So the 5 Aalborg PBL principles are project organization, which creates the framework of problem-based learning, courses that support the project work, cooperation, which is a driving force in problem-based project work, the problem-based project work of the groups that must be exemplary, and then the students are responsible for their own learning achievements. Now, the main assessment in Aalborg and also in our PBL at ACK is the final defense. It's very much like a master's or a PhD defense. Now, in Aalborg, they take the whole day where they deal with one group over a period of about 6 hours, where the students actually present the project for an hour, they have a break, they have general discussions for about 2 hours, specific questions for each student for about an hour each, a break, then the examiners agree on the grades, and there's the announcement and justification of the grades. Now, we at ACK have adapted this slightly. Not all of us use the same approach, but my approach is slightly different as each group gets 1 hour to present and individually defend their projects at the end. So I've just kind of compressed it a little bit. Now, there are many benefits of PBL at the student level, and I can preach to you and I can try and convince you, but I really hope that you'll try it for yourself. So, navigation in complex scenarios, increasing teamwork capacities, knowledge integration skills, changes in learning approaches which are centered on the student, increasing communication skills, identification of learning objectives, and self-organization of learning processes. Now, obviously, in terms of our experience at ACK, we had the COVID epidemic hit us like the rest of you in March 2020, and then we moved to an online format. As you know, there are many challenges for everyone to adapt to the online format of teaching. Now, PBL has its weaknesses, but its strengths significantly outweigh them, especially with online learning. Now, by the way, not much has changed in the way that it's taught, okay? But it has been easier to adapt to online learning than traditional teaching. Just to give you one example, this is the format that I use for my classes and assessments. So I have 2 online lectures per week of 1.5 hours each. The first 9 weeks of the semester are interactive lectures on textbook chapters. Yes, I still use a textbook. Then in week 5, we have assessment 1, which is the team agreement, where the groups really try to specify individual roles and responsibilities, group expectations and accountability, and the schedule of the projects with the deadlines. In week 12, I have the individual journal, which they submit. And this journal is really at the heart of PBL. And it's really where you can see the students that stand out and give them their individual grades. Then weeks 10 to 15, we have the presentations. And this has 2 parts to it, the group PowerPoint as well as individual questions. And by the way, those individual questions separate the sheep from the goats. I can see by asking those students oral questions who really knows their stuff. And then finally, we have in week 14, actually due tomorrow, the group written report, which kind of brings everything together. So if we look at PBL in an online context, there are advantages and there are disadvantages. But by far, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. So some of the advantages that I have found, students can still attend classes and meetings without a physical presence. Group meetings are formally scheduled on MS Teams, ensuring accountability. Then we have breakout rooms, which allow for group work to be done and monitored during lecture time, like there's cubicles at Aalborg. We also don't need individual written exams with software like Respondus Lockdown Browser, which can be an absolute nightmare, which I'm sure many of you have experienced. Interviews can also be done online using video conferencing software. Journals are done electronically through Turnitin, so they cannot be easily plagiarized. And those journals really help me see who knows their stuff. Now, PBL is not perfect. There are some disadvantages in an online context. So I don't know about the rest of you, but I really miss the face-to-face interaction and the physical presence of students. Also, the actual visits to the company are limited due to the online aspect and due to the COVID restrictions. The other thing that I really hate is that students bug professors at all times of day and night, sometimes with silly questions and expecting an immediate response. So at 1 a.m. in the morning, I get Mr. At 2 a.m., Mr., are you there? 3 a.m., Mr., why are you not answering me? Right, meantime, I'm snoring quite happily in my bed. Now, there are many conceptual and theoretical issues when we talk about PBL. The two most controversial aspects are whether to use positivism or constructivism. So positivism is when knowledge exists as an absolute truth. Constructivism is when knowledge can be subjectively constructed. And historically, PBL has focused more on constructivism. Now, there is a continuum, the line between the two extremes, and it doesn't necessarily have to be one or the other. We also need to consider, as we look at these aspects, the epistemological approach that we use, so the nature of knowledge, the methodology, the approach to knowledge, the values that we consider important in education, so the important principles of belief and practice, and of course, assessment, how we determine student learning. Now, PBL focuses to a large extent on constructivism, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we reject positivism completely. In other words, even Aalborg uses traditional lectures. They try to make them more interactive, and they try to establish a body of knowledge so that students can construct on that foundation. So we can see a healthy balance between positivism and constructivism. And finally, we also have obviously the digital taxonomy that Bloom's has developed since the original. So yes, we want to create, evaluate, analyze, apply, understand, and remember. So creating, we can do things like blogging, filming, podcasting, directing. Evaluating, grading, testing, posting, moderating. Analyzing, we can do mind mapping, surveying, linking, validating. Applying, we can do calculating, charting, editing, and uploading. Understanding, journaling, tweeting, tagging, and subscribing. Remembering, we can do bookmarking, copying, highlighting, and searching. So these develop both lower order and higher order thinking skills. And really, if we look at the world as it is changing, with all the differences in technology and the way that the needs of society are developing, we need to change the way that we teach and that we approach our students and their learning. Thank you very much.
Big thank you, Dr. Dieter. Actually, I was privileged to visit Aalborg as well, and I was amazed with their approach of teaching students project-based learning. And definitely, it's like VR, AR, the soft skills, CDIO, PBL, all these are new strategies in teaching and engaging students. I will highly appreciate, Dr. Dieter, if you stay with us for the discussion after the presentation of Dr. Fatima. Thank you big time for your added value. Thank you, dear. So now we'll move to our fourth panel discussion presenter, Dr. Fatima Al-Hashim. Dr. Fatima, first of all, thank you for coming. You are the first female presenter today. Not worried. So thank you very much. Dr. Fatima is an assistant professor at GUST, and she's the chair for the Center of Teaching and Learning and Research Center at GUST. I remember the first time I approached her and I told her, well, you are our competitor. She said, no, we are neighbors. And I love that spirit. So yes, we are neighbors and we are here educators to be together to serve better the education sector. Dr. Fatima received her doctorate degree in curriculum and instructions in science education from Arizona State University. She worked as a general manager for teacher development department at the National Center for Education Development over the years 2015-2018. She's a strong advocate for supporting teachers in general and supporting women in science education in specific. She led many education projects as a consultant with UNDP, UNESCO, KFAS, Her current projects are teacher effectiveness, teacher license, and STEM for women. I think this is one of the plans that Dr. Khalid was talking about. So we are honored to have you with us, adding this feminine spirit to the conference, and the floor is all yours, Dr. Fatima.
Thank you for this welcoming me and make me part of this panel. Dr. Khadr also is a ex-colleague from, we work together, so I'm pleased to see him sound and safe. And yes, I'm going to share my screen. And I guess, oopsie, is the presentation? All right, so you guys can see my screen. And I'm going to talk about the private sector experience during COVID-19. As Dr. Khalid introduced, and the first, opening, they've talked about the context of Kuwait. And the context of the private sector, unfortunately, sorry, my dog started barking, I apologize. So prior COVID-19, the distance education was not a common thing in schools,